Testing, 1, 2. Testing. 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 Testing, 1, 2. We're going to call this meeting to order.
I don't have any problems.
You want the gavel?
Thank you. We're going to call this meeting to order of the Riviera Beach City Council. Oh my God, volume. We're going to call to order the meeting of the regular City Council meeting of November 6, 2024. The time is 6:10 p.m. Madam Clerk.
Mayor Ronnie.
Here.
Chairperson Douglas Lawson. Chair Pro Tem Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Kashaba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier. Councilperson Glenn Spiritus.
Here.
Please let the record reflect that Councilperson Spiritus provided notice to the City Clerk's office that he would appear virtually for this meeting. City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall McCullen is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans.
Yes, it was contemplated that the Riviera Beach Chargers cheerleaders would be the group to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. Can we summons our Chargers?
Yep. Director Young, if you want to bring the young ladies in.
Taking a pledge.
So, members, we're going to have our moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which is going to be led by our Riviera Beach Chargers as soon as we get them situated. Mr. Pinckney, you want to get them ready for us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Riviera Beach Chargers. Mr. Pinckney, before they leave, well, I wanted to see if we can get a photo with the mayor.
Oh, they doing a presentation.
That's what she's doing. Oh. Great job. Thank you. Th- Thank you, Riviera Beach Chargers. They'll actually be back up in item 6. They're coming back up. So can we kickstart our meeting? We'll see them in a few minutes. Yeah, if we can see them in a few minutes. Give it up again for our Riviera Beach Chargers. Can you hear? Can you hear?
It's kind of low.
Mr. Walter, can we get some sound? Sounds a little better.
Okay, I'm not gonna read them here tonight.
Any additions, deletions, substitutions to the agenda? Mr. Evans?
None from staff, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Members?
Mr. Chair?
Councilman Spiritus?
Yes, I would like to delete resolution number 11B 106-24, contract with One Parking. The reason for this is that 6 months ago, when we passed the resolution for the parking, we discussed discounts for the residents and the employees in the restaurants being impacted by this, and we still have not received an amended resolution or a proposal concerning this matter, and I have a problem with approving this project to start without going through those items.
Members, at the suggestion of Councilman Spiritus, he asked that we delete item 11B, the resolution regarding One Parking. Is that correct, Councilman?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans?
It's staff's recommendation that this item proceed merely from the perspective that in order for us to write a program or implement a resident program or a discount program, we need to know about the vendor, the software, and how does their technology work so we can develop a policy that's consistent with their application versus us developing a policy and then find out it doesn't work and it doesn't jive with what is being provided by the vendor. So it's staff's recommendation that this item move forward, but parking does not become instituted until the actual policy comes before you all for ratification or consideration.
Mr. Chair, please let the record reflect that Councilperson Lawson is on the dais.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, Ms. Evans, I have a question. So was those items that you specified, were they not flushed out during the evaluation process?
Mr. Chair, if I may. As part of the evaluation process, the committee looked at the technology, they looked at the services that were being provided, but they didn't talk about, and they would not talk about how it would integrate with what the board's desires would be concerning a discount program. That was not ever part of the conversation that was had by the evaluation committee. That's more of an operational item. Once that contractor and vendor is selected, then we can work with them with regards to their technology and make sure it integrates with what we need to do to ensure that it's compliant with what the board's desires are concerning discounts for residents and employees and the like. And so it would be, again, our recommendation for us to solidify the agreement, and then based on what their technology is and how it works with their mobile system and the like, we can then put in a program that addresses the very concerns the councilperson spoke of.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize Councilman Spiritus.
I think we're putting the cart before the horse. We're hiring a company before we know what discounts we want to give, whether it be to the restaurants, whether it be to the residents. Clearly, we want to see the residents get discounts and the employees. I think that we have to come up with our proposal, what we will accept, and then we'll see whether or not this particular company can do the job. If not, then maybe we go find another company to do the job. But I think we have to make that decision first, before we hire a company that might not be able to incorporate what we are looking to do.
Thank you, Councilman Spiritus. So I'm inclined to support it, but my understanding is this is the comprehensive infrastructure for the parking system. This is the technology. But I think what you're asking for, I'm inclined to almost believe that we can accomplish that by some other sort of subsequent resolution. Is that not your understanding, Councilman Spiritus?
Well, I don't know about that because we're permitting, Ms. Chair, it's okay to speak?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so what we're permitting right now is hiring this company to put their software package in place and work with the staff, but they may not have the ability to do what we need. So I think that we have to first come up with what our proposal is, what we want to see, then come back to this company and see if they have the ability to do it.
Thank you.
And then we can.
Thank you. Without us going too much into debate, I understand your perspective, Councilman Spiritus. Members, any other members have any desire to weigh in on this item? 11B being deleted.
Chair,
You're recognized, Councilwoman Lanier.
I would like to see it go forward just to hear the item itself. We can vote it up or down, but I'd like to hear it nonetheless. Same here.
I would concur. Councilman Spiritus, I would ask if you could bring back your concerns when we hear the item on 11B, since there's not a consensus to remove it.
Okay,
Any
no
other things
objection.
offered up for addition, substitution, and deleting? Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Miller Anderson, second by Councilwoman Lanier. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Members, I'm gonna take a step back. Is there any disclosures by any members?
Yes.
You recognize Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
I did have conversations with the representative, Ms. Wells, from the group with the petition for Oculina.
Members,
Mr. Chair?
you recognize Councilman Spiritus?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I have met with Forest Development prior to this meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Spiritus. Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
Also Forest Development as well.
Thank you. Any other members?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize Mr. Chair.
I've had meetings with both the developer for the development for one of our ordinance and resolutions, and also the representative, Ms. Wells, for the petitions.
Thank you. You recognize, Mayor. The mayor acknowledged that he's met with Forest Group. And I think that's it for me. Consent agenda. All matters listed on this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Any member wishing to pull an item from the agenda? From consent agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Miller Anderson.
I just want 3A and 3B just to be presented to the public.
Wonderful, because I was going to ask the same thing.
Okay.
So I'm going to pass this gavel back, and I'm going to ask that we have 3A, 3B, any other, oh, 3E, I'm sorry. I would like 3E pulled as well. Oh, well, 3D. 3D regarding non-represented employees as well as job classification. So we got 3A, 3B, 3D, and 3E. So ultimately, we only have minutes, board appointments, and item 3C on consent. Is there a motion to approve consent? We did have, we got a motion, right?
So moved.
And it was seconded by Councilwoman Lanier.
Second.
Madam Clerk, are we ready? Roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. Board, would we entertain hearing, doing the recognition for our cheerleaders? I'm not sure, I came in late, but did we do that as of yet, or are we supposed to hear
No.
that presentation?
We didn't.
Can we do that before we go into consent items, because we have all the cheerleaders here and the parents?
Sure.
Board, are we okay with that? Okay. Madam Clerk, 6A?
Item 6A, recognition of the Riviera Beach Chargers cheer teams for advancing to the Pop Warner Southeast Region Cheer Competition.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'll ask the Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Casey Young, to make this presentation and introduce our Lady Chargers.
Good evening. Casey Young, Parks and Recreation Director. Good evening, Chair, Council. The Parks and Recreation Department would like to recognize our Riviera Beach cheerleaders for their performance and their achievements in this year's Pop Warner local competition. Moving forward, I will introduce Mike Pinkney, our Assistant Director for Parks and Recreation Department, to give you more details on the program.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for accepting us. Ladies, can y'all stand up for me real quick just to get y'all the notoriety that y'all deserve?
Come on, guys, give it up for the cheerleaders, guys. Come on.
Also, too, if my parents, if they're here, could y'all stand up because they're also putting in them hours too? And her staff have done a remarkable job with the young ladies. In our regional event, we had 2 teams finish first place, 1 team finished second place, and another team finished third place. Our 5th team probably would have finished, but we needed a few more girls to qualify for the competition. They've also been representing the city very well by attending other events like high school football games. They've also been part of Veterans Day parades, holding the city flag high and proud. So I do want to thank these ladies and the great job that they've done. They supported our young men at all their football games, and they've traveled from all the way from Miami all the way up to Point St. Lucie to support the Chargers. So I think Coach Herring and her staff, once again, they did a great job. And I also want to commend the parents because the program is almost a 10-hour week for our parents to participate. So it's not an easy sacrifice. With the football players and the parents and the children have done a great job. So these are some of their uniforms. They all have bags. So what the boys get, the girls get too. So we want to make sure everybody's equality and doing the right things. But I do want to commend everybody for a great job, and I want to thank the city for supporting us all in all. Thank you.
And then, just in closing, just want to thank Mike too. Mike Pinkney came in, feet to the ground, to really get the program going in the right direction. Working every day, taking on questions, being very present during practices, during games. So again, his hard work has also paid off. And then the rest of our staff with the Parks and Recreation Department has worked hard to make sure that we give these young ladies and our young men and part of the Riviera Beach Chargers football program the opportunity to compete, to get there safely, and be able to show off their skills each and every week during the season. So our cheerleaders who have advanced will continue to compete. They leave for Orlando, I believe the 29th and 30th, to compete in the Pop Warner Southeast Region competition. So again, if the ladies and parents and volunteer coaches could all stand up one more time to recognize them, and let's encourage them to continue on as they go on to continue to compete.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Are we gonna have another photo opportunity? Yeah. Yes.
He had the mayor do it.
Huh?
The mayor took a picture with him
Well,
earlier.
you want to do one more?
I mean, we weren't invited to that.
Oh, well, McCoy just asked for it, so let's do it. Come on. If we have all these things.
8A, yes, you did. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
McCoy, what's Mike's last name? AD. Pinky. Thank you again to our Chargers, our Lady Chargers, thank you. Mr. Young, Mr. Pinkney, thank you guys. From our director, assistant director, you're doing a phenomenal job with the program. Continue to push this program to greatness. Thank you guys so much. If you could give it a round of applause for our director and our assistant director. They're doing such a great job with this program, so thank you guys. Madam Clerk, 3A.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 3A, resolution number 132-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the city manager and procurement director to initiate orders for the purchase of 3 new fire apparatus and a heavy-duty 70-foot aerial platform in the amount not to exceed $4 million from Sutphin Corporation by utilizing the Sourcewell Cooperative Agreement and providing an effective date.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, you're recognized. Pro Temp. Or was that, I'm sorry, was that Pro Temp or the Mayor? Pro Temp, go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move to approve, but I have several questions.
Motion been made,
Second.
seconded. Go ahead with your questions, Councilman.
Thank you. And this is probably more of a finance question, but, you know, the first item here, thank you, Chief Kerr, for joining us. I guess, you know, I'm a little confused, right? When we approve these budgets and I actually go back and look at the capital budget, right now this resolution doesn't say how much money we're spending. It tells me the total cost of the apparatuses, which is $4 million. It's not, I mean, I even looked at the timeline and I'm still uncertain as to what that means. We're authorizing a purchase of $4 million, but what fiscal impact does that have on us for the 2024-2025 year? And then going forward, because all of this money is not being expended and is not very well laid out in that fashion in this fiscal year.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you, good evening, and let me try to provide you a little bit of clarity. So one of the struggles we have right now in the industry is the backlog on what it takes to have an apparatus built and delivered. Right now, there's approximately a 3 to 4 year delay from the time of order till the time of delivery. At this point in time, we don't have to put any money down. What we're looking to do is enter into an agreement to lock in today's prices so that we can get in line for these apparatus to be built. I'm hoping that within the next 3 to 4 years, they will be ready to be delivered. So this is actually a plan that's going to stretch out over a 5 to 6 year window before the payments come due for these particular apparatus.
Follow up.
You're recognized.
So none of this is funded in 25 fiscal year as far as our first payment?
There are no payments that are going to be due the first year. None of the apparatus or none of these projects can be completed within 1 year. This isn't like, we don't have the opportunity to go to like a dealership and pick one out. They actually build it from the ground up, and the line right now for assembly, again, is going to be a 3 to 4 year window.
Chief, I appreciate you being thorough, but I'm trying to get to a very specific point, because when I'm reading this, any person that's reading this, even with your explanation, in 6 months it's not clear. We're now in 2024. We're going to authorize a $4 million purchase that may not actually come to fruition until 2028, 2029. So I don't want a blanket approval to authorize $4 million, and then now we got a councils to come is going to look at this and be like, well, this was approved in 2024. I mean, there has to be a better way to write this resolution, because when you look at the resolution and you look at the cover page, it almost appears that $4 million is going out of the city's capital budget, when I know specifically it's not even listed in there. So there has to be a better way between finance and legal to put this in there. If you want the authority to do it, I don't have a problem with it, but now you're attaching a dollar amount that almost kind of seems like this is coming right out of the capital budget, and it's not. You're asking us to authorize the purchase, which, inevitably, right, I don't see an issue with us entering into the contract, but locking in a specific amount at this point seems to be premature, and I just kind of don't want to stifle you, and I understand, and I remember from, I think, when we had workshop discussions on this, that this was what we had to deal with, and I'm sure these are, some highly demanded pieces of equipment, but if we're not here, a succession plan would go back and say the council in 2024 authorized the $4 million when we don't even have it in the budget.
So, Mr. Sherman, and I know that these monies have been allocated over the capital plan for that period of time, and I'll let the finance director speak to that.
And before he does, let me, if I can, Mr. Chair, restate. I understand what the chief is proposing, and I understand what finance's position is, but there has to be a better way to lay this out, Mr. Sherman, because that's not, when you read it, it seems like we're cutting the check for $4 million this fiscal year.
Yes, good evening. Randy Sherman, Finance Director. I'm not quite sure about the resolution and maybe the confusion of the resolution. I believe it's the same resolution we've used in the past when we've done this. But if you go back to the 5-year capital plan that was adopted back in September, you will see all of these pieces of apparatus are laid out in the capital plan. It doesn't start in 2025. I'm not even sure it starts in 2026. I don't have the plan in front of me, but we tried to stagger these dollars out based on the information that we had, and we talked about that when we did the capital plan. So the issue is they need to get in line. They need your approval to submit that order in advance, and that's why the chief is here asking for that approval. So again, if we wait till 2026 or 2027, that's when they're going to get in line, and then you won't see anything till 29 or 30. So that's really what we're trying to do, is just bring it to your attention. He needs to place this order. The dollars are in the capital plan, and as we come into next year's capital plan, we should get a better read on when those dollars would, will it fall in 26 or 27 or whatever, and we can adjust the capital plan at that point. But all of this apparatus is in the capital plan.
Chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. I agree. My concern was you're asking us to authorize the city manager and procurement director to initiate orders. I'm okay with that. But then when you got the $4 million, it just, it literally, you would want to trace back, because what I was looking for, right? And you used to do this, but it used to actually have, when we had capital expenditure numbers, it used to reflect right back to the line item inside, or the account number, or the line item inside the budget. So, I mean, if you want the authority to initiate orders, that's cool. I'm just concerned that another council will never ever vote on this again. And now we've just paid, and I've seen this movie before where we pay for specific things and then, the price change, and then, like, how's that even accounted for?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize Ms. Evans.
Chief Kurd, also correct me if I'm wrong, with this particular process, in the event that the city council in the future does not appropriate the monies for this expenditure when the vehicles are available, that basically the company has said that they would then sell the vehicle to the next outfit in line, the next community in line, since there is such a high demand. And that's basically why they're not requesting any expenditures.
So I'm gonna stop you, Mr. Evans. I asked a question, and what you're referring to doesn't even answer my question. If I can be recognized and reclaim my time,
Pro Tem.
how do we account for change orders? Because we're talking about $1.3 million a piece for each one of these apparatuses. And who monitors this?
Well, we monitor it in-house.
Recognize Chief Kurd. You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. We monitor it in-house. We have an apparatus oversight committee, which we have done for every one of our apparatus. And what this does is locks in our pricing, our scope of work, so there are no change orders. We have never brought any change orders to apparatus. We spec them out very, very, very well so that we ensure that there are no change orders. Once the apparatus does become available, yes, we will have to come back to council for the actual dollars. This is allowing me to enter into that agreement. And then there will be options once the order is available. Do we want to pay for it outright? Do we want to lease it? Do we want to finance it over time? Or if we don't want the actual apparatus itself, they'll take it back and sell it because of the high demand.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Additional comments from the board? Questions? 3A? Madam Clerk, roll call. You're recognized.
As well?
No, I said I wanted it to be presented
Oh,
to the
okay.
public.
Okay. Well, and is there a reason why? Was it the price tag of $4 million?
I wanted it presented to, yeah, it had something to do with the amount too, so that everyone understood what it was about.
Okay, thank you, because I mean, that's the first thing that caught my attention, and I just wanted to kind of make sure I understood and remind individuals, you know, it's an optics thing too, Chief and Mr. Manager. You know, we have challenges in other areas of the city, and I don't want to give folks the impression that we're laying out $4 million to buy new fire equipment, because you guys do a pretty good job in keeping them looking good. I mean, I'm looking at them every day, but, you know, I want to make sure that it's understood that we're not rolling out $4 million, because that's not even the way it's designed in our budget. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear and understood it on that. So thank you, Miller Anderson, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Did we also support 3B?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And for the sake of time,
you're
Mr.
recognized.
Chair, I wanted to move to approve 3B, and I had one question.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Any other board members have any questions for 3B? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Well, I do have one question.
Sorry. Who has, somebody has a question? Oh, Pro Temp, you're recognized.
Can he speak on?
Oh, you want it presented as well?
Yeah, that's why I pulled it.
You pulled 3B? I thought you were 3A and 3D. I'm sorry. 3A, 3B. Chief Curd, if you could present for us, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the second item is for 3 rescue trucks. This is also part of our vehicle replacement program. One of the luxuries we have with our rescue trucks, or more commonly referred to as our ambulances, is when we purchase these, we purchase a very specific unit that allows for us to remount that vehicle. And basically, remount is what would be equivalent to a refurbishment. This allows us to save upwards of 30 to 40% on the cost of a remount versus going out to market and having another truck built. Each remount takes approximately 15 months from the date you begin the process, provided that the chassis are available. But these rescue trucks will be replacing 2 trucks. Those trucks right now, currently, if you look at the equivalency of hours to actual mileage, one truck is at 462,000 miles. The second truck is at 398,000 miles. And then we also have another at 470,000 178,000 miles. These were 2 of the 3 trucks we had discussed during the capital process when we went up to help individuals after the hurricane. We had 1 truck break down en route. We sent another truck to relieve those crews with a second vehicle, and that vehicle broke down as well. So while our vehicles look great and we do a great job of waxing them and taking care of our investment, it's the guts of the apparatus that are starting to show wear and tear: the transmissions, the turbos, the engines. So this remount process will take approximately 45 to 50 months to complete in its entirety, because we have to take a truck out of service, send it in for refurbishment, and we only have the ability to do 1 at a time because we have to maintain a certain number of trucks as spares in the event we do have breakdowns. So that's what this resolution would accomplish, allowing us to get this done over the next 3 to 4 years and slowly replenish the fleet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier? Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. 3D, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, we are on item 3D, resolution number 143-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the implementation of the new salary structure for non-represented employees as conducted by Management Advisory Group by providing salary equity for employees pursuant to the 2024-2025 budget, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Human Resources Director, Ms. DeCosti, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Go ahead, Ms. DeCosti.
Good evening, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Chairperson, and Councilperson. Tennille DeCosti, Director of Human Resources. Staff is asking the board to authorize the implementation of the new salary structure for non-represented employees conducted by a Management Advisory Group by providing effective date. So just to give you some background, on April 5th, 2017, Council approved to hire Management Advisory Group to conduct the salary study. The study was conducted in 2017. It was brought forth to Council. Council approved it and then rescinded it. In 2018, we brought another salary structure to the Council, which was approved. In 2022, MAG conducted another salary study for the city staff salary structure, and it was not brought forth to the City Council because we are in contract negotiations, and we wanted to ensure that our union employees are taken care of before the non-affiliated. Because the numbers were a little outdated, we had a meeting with MAG, and they advised us based on the market to add an additional 3% to the new salary structure. So basically, we are using salary structures from 2018, and we're trying to attract top-notch talent and also retain our employees. So this is why we're bringing this forth to the City Council to approve this item.
Thank you.
Chair.
Pro Temp, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ms. DeCosti, where is the study?
The studies in, I guess, at Finance. I wasn't here prior to, I'm sorry, through the chair. Sorry about that. I wasn't here when the study was done. Finance was overseeing, I guess, with the previous HR director. It was sent to me, and then I provided to the board the outcome of that study.
You didn't provide the outcome. You provided staff's proposed schedule and proposed positions, but I want to see the actual study. If the council commissioned this study, then shouldn't we be actually seeing what came back? Not what staff's version of what positions we want to move forward in adjusting the salary for?
Through the chair? So we're talking about the salary structure. We're not talking about positions right now. And that what I sent to the board was actually the outcome of the MAG study. It was not what staff wanted, that's the outcome of what MAG advised the city.
Okay. Okay, we're talking about two different things.
Correct.
I'm asking for the MAG study. You're saying you sent that to the board.
Correct, the outcome, yes, sir.
When was that?
When you requested it on November, I think last week Friday, you requested it and I sent it to you, and then I sent it to the board on a separate email.
Okay. So I guess I'm not understanding how this works, because if the MAG study drives the schedule, why wouldn't it be a part of the backup in the first place?
You're right, that's a great question. I should have sent it, I should have attached it, but I attached what's the important, and that was the outcome based on the salary study plus the Pepe study, and that's what was attached to the documents.
Okay, Chair.
Recognize.
Thank you. So 3D and 3E, are they some sort of companion items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to understand, number one, this 3D resolution calls out for the non-represented, but I do see that we have police captains listed in here. And this is where I'm not catching everything. So I do see in this schedule that they call out for police captains on the very second page.
Through the chair?
You recognize.
What second page, sir? Are you talking about
Proposed pay plans?
the old pay plan?
Proposed.
Proposed. So the new proposed pay plan I have in front of me does not include the captains. If you're talking about the proposed plan that MAG sent, the outcome of the study prior to, before they became, PERC advised they should be unionized, but the pay plan, proposed pay plan of the new salary structure does not have the captains on here, sir.
I'm looking at the 22-23.
Okay, so that is the proposed from MAG back in 22-23. They were not unionized then, the captains, so they were included. You are correct, sir.
Okay, so what happens, even though they're unionized and this resolution says non-affiliated employees, do they still get bumped up to this amount?
Well, when PERC ruled for them to become, I'm sorry, through the chair, when PERC advised the city that they should be unionized, we have to negotiate their terms of their agreement. We can't say we're going to give you a 5-10%, and if we come to an agreement that you're really going to get a 2%, then how would we go back and take money back from employees? That wouldn't be appropriate. So we have to actually sit down and negotiate the terms and agreement of the CBA, and that includes wages.
Right, that's absolutely correct, but there's nothing to prohibit you from already moving them up to the current, you can negotiate future compensation, but there's nothing that prohibits the city from unilaterally doing a solid for those that's captains, because, you know, that information I asked, specifically, I was kind of concerned that no other unit, no other division, no other department was left out of COLA increases except for the captains in our police department.
Well, through the chair. So, as an HR professional practicing labor for about 20 years and certified for it, I've never seen the city give a 5 or 10% COLA for a union that just became unionized. That's not a standard practice. Now, usually I've seen cities that I work for that we freeze the benefits, especially if there's no policies in place. And we do not have a policy in place when this sort of situation happens.
You recognize. Thank you. But even though we don't have one in place, it shouldn't be adverse to the captains, because we don't have any affiliated personnel on the CRA, and we actually give them COLA increases. So I don't think that because they invoke that they want to be unionized should be a penalty to them. Especially, we spent with Police Benevolent Association practically 2 years in trying to come to an agreement. So I don't want to leave these folks out. And they're on the road every single day. They're not sitting in the office. They're responding to calls. In fact, I had a resident call today who's too afraid to call the police because they're shooting in her neighborhood. There was one on Monday, and there was one on last Thursday. And who do I get a captain to call me back? And I'm like, hey, we got to deal with this. And I owe a major a call to say, you know, I don't want to be the, you know, I'm not a first responder, but if somebody calls, I got to figure it out. But I'm speaking to a captain. And I find out that when I look at the information you provided me, that these folks are left out. There's no parity in that. And just because we don't have a policy, we didn't have a pandemic policy. And welcome to Riviera Beach, Ms. HR Generalist or HR Director, who said, in your experience, I've never seen where anybody said that a very city manager can adopt their own salary, despite what the contract says. So I don't want to penalize these people who's out here working, all because they invoke their right that's protected under statute. Now, I don't think they're going to disagree, but you know, I pulled both these items because I want to, number one, there's another part that I want to also bring up, but number one, the captain should not be left out. That's my first thing, and I'm not going to support this item until we have an amendment, well, even as it's presented, until we include our captains, because they are affiliated, but they don't have an agreement. So what are they, orphans? If nobody, absent of an agreement, they're not represented. They don't have any bargaining, and historically, the city has failed miserably with negotiations. Every single negotiation since we've been here, members, everybody up here knows what we've heard from our employees about how long it takes. I got people that saying that they haven't been paid, and I shared this with you, that haven't been paid standby fees or standby pay. So I don't want to sit here and act like it's something that I'm going to ignore. So I'm inclined to support that we also move them up to this, and we shouldn't wait on a collective bargaining agreement. Because if the study says this is what they should be making, why do we need to negotiate with them what is already the standard? That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And board member, was there a second? Did you have a second thing? You said two things you want to address, Pro Temp.
Well, the other thing is more or less related to the next item.
Thank you.
Mr.
Additional
Chair,
comments from the, Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
just to provide a little bit of clarity with regards to some of the comments, with respect to the captains, prior to them becoming a unionized group, they were entitled to compensation that was provided for all non-represented staff, so they were treated as all non-represented staff, so they did receive increases that would occur on October 1st. It is only this October 1st that they not receive their increases because they are now a collective bargaining unit, which I believe staff has already had maybe 1 or 2 sessions with them concerning a contract, and I believe that the contract shouldn't take much time to bring before this board for consideration. And obviously, it would be our desire to make sure that there is parity amongst the groups, but doing it by virtue of the CBA that is currently in negotiations.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. You're recognized.
Ms. DeCoste, what tier are captains?
Through the chair.
You're recognized.
Currently, right now, they're not in the tier, sir, because we removed them because they're unionized employees now. So we're in contract negotiations with PBA, a captain, the police chief, deputy chief, and myself, and finance.
Right. Let's just hypothetically say it never happens.
What never happens? I'm sorry.
If we
sir.
never reach an agreement, we impasse. What happens? Does PERC then dissolve the declaration of them declaring that they want to be unionized?
Through the chair?
You're recognized.
No, sir. It would come to you guys for an agreement for approval. But we're going to ensure, because we care about our captains.
I said in the event of an impasse where we can't reach an agreement, because you know I can appreciate the optimism from the manager, but I've seen this happen time and time again, and I'm inclined to support that they get moved up. I don't want to wait till collective bargaining. I mean, it's already 30 days have elapsed since everyone else in the city has gotten a COLA increase. That's not even talking about other, you know, these other steps that's involved in the pay plan. They don't enjoy any of that. And they're salaried. And they come in and they have to stay until the job's done on top of the 12 hours. You know, so while everybody else is claiming overtime, you know, they're just kind of in the middle. They're not administration, you know, so they're usually here on the weekends. So I'm inclined to support that we need to bring these folks up and not use the fact that they wanted to be unionized, because we've seen this happen where we had a captain who was unfairly terminated. And I can understand why they want to be in the union and had to be out for almost practically a year fighting to get his job back. So, I mean, that's more than enough reason to want to be a part of a union, so you don't have to have, you know, carry the cost of having to now defend yourself when you've done everything right, when you check all of the boxes.
Understood.
Mr.
Thank
Chair?
you. You're recognized. Dr. Spears.
Uh, Pro Tem, do you have a number in mind? Have you thought about this?
You know, I like to be generous and give them a whole lot of money, but I want to adopt what's in this study that's presented before us, but I don't think I'd be appropriate just to say some arbitrary numbers. But there's a study that was proposed back in the 2023, but I can probably tell you with their, what do you call it, longevity, they're probably already beyond this amount already, I'm sure. At least many of them are. I would hope. But, you know, my main concern is that they're not treated the same, and we're waiting on administration to do collective bargaining. You know what the union does for full-time? They represent employees. We run police, we run fire, we run utilities, we run a CRA, we run trash, we run employees. Like, I don't want them to wait until we get our stuff together for them to be compensated. And history has shown that that never, ever happens timely. And you know what we do? We never give them retro. And they literally, I'm done, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, I do have a question. Who is negotiating the collective bargaining agreement for this new formed union?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
On the team is our Human Resources Director, our Finance Director, the Police Chief, and the Assistant, or the Deputy Police Chief are on the union negotiation team.
And then also, if I could have a follow-up with that, Ms. Evans, time frame, if you could give us a time frame on when you would expect to bring this back before the board.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
I would like to defer to the Human Resources Director because she's involved in those particular communications. But one of the things I do want to, if the board is inclined to provide for a situation that attempts to resolve the wages, my recommendation would be that the board consider that the contract would be active or considered retroactive to October 1st, but I would also ask the board to implement a deadline for negotiations to conclude or at least come before you in January, because if there is not a deadline where it would come back before you, this would continue to drag out, and what we want to do is put pressure on both sides to effectively resolve the issues as it relates to a CBA agreement. But I'm pretty confident that in the next 60 days that our Human Resources Director and the Chief of Police can get something resolved as a CBA. But Mr. Costi, if you want to provide greater specificity on that.
And before she goes in, I would be inclined to support that as long as it is retro and give our HR Director an opportunity to negotiate. History has shown that there are delays and that we've had some hiccups when it came to negotiating, but this new director hasn't been here to negotiate one. So if we're going to make it retro, giving her an opportunity to actually do that and then bring it back for the board and just kind of show us that you can get it done.
Mr. Chair?
Who is that, Mayor?
Yes.
You're recognized.
I have a question. Councilman McCoy made a statement, and I don't know if HR knows. She's new. Why haven't we given them retro? Is that our history that you researched or you know? Or can you answer that, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
The question was for Mr. Evans, Mayor? Or anyone? Go ahead, Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
Historically, in union negotiations in multiple municipalities, and here historically is that we haven't provided retro, because if you do provide a situation where it's retro, in some times there's groups are inclined to cancel meetings, to not bring a contract back forward, because invariably they'll get all that back to the date. So the intent behind that is to try to bring groups together. Now, one of the things that we are looking to implement as part of our collective bargaining agreements moving forward and in discussions with Human Resources is set a window of time that we have to negotiate an agreement. And if we do not comply with that time and there's no cancellations of meetings, then invariably it comes to the board so we can stop the situation that prolongs labor contracts going on for 6 months, 8 months, a year, without coming back before the board. So that's something that we've implemented as it relates to these prolonged processes.
Thank you. Mayor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any employees that we owe retro to now?
Through the chair?
You're recognized.
I was asked that question, and I checked with our finance director, Mr. Sherman, and he advised me that we don't owe anybody retro. There was a pending grievance with PMSA that we just closed out with one of our employees, and he should be getting it on this pay period.
That's it for now, Chair.
Thank you. Pro Temp, you recognize.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Great explanation, but I see it completely to the benefit of the city. What we do is we draw out negotiations. We wait because we don't have them, I guess, discretionary cash to now flush out this. So we would take one whole year in negotiating the contract, and instead of paying them back retro, we'll say, well, we'll add it on the front end. We'll start it from this point going forward. But people come to the table in good faith expecting that an agreement is to be done. Obviously, I am very conscientious of our budget and what staff has to deal with. But I don't want us to sit here and start this process. Mr. Mayor, let me clarify something. Retro is really only a consideration once negotiations has started. But what I'm saying is, if we're right now talking November 1st, these members of this union invoked this probably over the summertime. So October 1st, their compensation was froze and COLA was froze. So we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about the salaries, their base salaries, and COLA. At a minimum, why can't they even get COLA? Because here's the thing. Our folks over at, I repeat what I said before, CRA, they're not represented by unions. They got a COLA increase. And what was the COLA, Mr. Evans? Because I think I asked the director this. In the past, the board approved cost of living adjustments. This was just done automatically. How do you reconcile that?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
I believe in 2020 or 2019, there was an ordinance that was adopted that provided for the manager to have the ability to address any issues as it relates to salaries. And Ms. Akasi, do you have that ordinance or that information?
Through the chair.
Yes.
It's ordinance 4144, amending ordinance 978, section 1, supplemental regulations concerning salary grades and classifications. Final approval of all changes in salary shall rest with the city manager.
Okay. Can you share that with us, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, and certainly I would encourage any board members to attend any of those collective bargaining meetings because they are meetings that are open to the public, but it is two parties that are coming together to effectively try to negotiate terms and conditions. So there is a lot of go back and go between. And so one of the things I do want to make sure is that if we are in fact going to set parameters that provides for retro, I would encourage us to also set parameters that says 6 months prior to the expiration, all groups should be in negotiations to the point where meetings are not canceled, people are showing up on time, meeting minutes are taken, because what there is a tendency is, and invariably when I end up getting involved, it's because there has been hiccups along that particular process on both sides of the coin. And so if we are going to say that we as an agency are going to consider that as a process moving forward, then certainly I would say that we should not allow for any union negotiation to continue longer than a 6-month period prior to the expiration of a contract, and then at that point, then we come to the board before there is a situation where you have retro and at least the board can effectively act on that, versus a situation where people think they can get retro on the day that we start negotiating.
Thank you, sir. You recognize, Pro Temp.
Thank you. So, one question. We had a Pepe study that looked at all the positions. You only have on here for the unaffiliated maybe 22 positions or so, or 22 classifications.
Are you talking about not this item, the salary, through the chair, not this item, you're talking about my other item I attached, the Pepe study, for positions that is being brought to you. I didn't attach the entire book of the different positions.
I'm talking about this item, but my question is, why not bring forth all positions to bring them up to parity, as opposed to just the 22? Is this 22 that we have on this item 3D? All the exempt positions?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at 3D, and 3E, I attached Pepe.
Okay, I'm not talking, But my question is this, and I apologize if I'm confusing you. I'm on item 3D. I'm looking at the proposed pay plans.
Right.
There's about 22 positions on here. My question is, why didn't we bring forth an increase for all positions that were considered in the PEPIC study? We got 22 on this one.
Okay.
On 3D, there's 22 positions. It starts off with case manager.
Okay, so you're talking about the salary schedule for tier 1 and tier 2. Okay, so we brought up all the salary ranges for all positions not affiliated. I thought non-affiliated was attached as more than 22 positions, so my apologies and my mistake for that, but all the salary schedules went up.
Take it back. That's more than enough reason. Because let me tell you why. If anybody approves this resolution, fundamentally it's flawed. Because if you look at the resolution, it says refer to the proposed pay plan. Now you're telling me the proposed pay plan don't even have all the positions?
Well, tier 1 and tier 2.
Okay, so delete.
Through the chair.
There we go. Let's delete it. But my concern is I want COLA for these people. They shouldn't have to wait on an agreement, Mr. Evans. Why can't we give them 5%? Is that not what the board got? And this is 5% is cost of living adjustment. That's what retirees get from Social Security Administration. That's not, I mean, I can understand an agreement for salaries, but just to be brought up to what the increase in costs is, and truly we know costs went way beyond 5%. So I'm inclined, we don't even have enough information to vote. Wouldn't you agree, Ms. DeCoste?
Through the chair?
You reckon?
Absolutely not. I don't agree with you, with all due respect. Number one, the MAG study was done completely by MAG and the Pepe study. Then I have attached and went through every last one of them of the 22 items. If you're talking about non-affiliated, there's and we're looking at tier 1 and tier 2 for the salary structure, because those are the main ones that we looked at, that there's inequities and that we need to bring them up, because we're about to lose employees because we're not paying them at market. We're stuck in 2018 instead of moving the city forward. So no, sir, I don't agree with you that you throw out my entire hard work because of that one flaw. I do believe that we have some hardworking employees here, including the captains. I agree, including our captains, every employee. To throw this away and not vote on it for something as simple as that, I don't agree with you at all. Because my work, the work that HR has done, finance and staff, it speaks. And let me also say, I understand this city went through previously, negotiations take 2 or 3 years. I got hired on July 20th. I closed the contract by August 10th. That should tell you what type of negotiator I am. I'm coming here to make changes for the city, to make it better, to make processes better, to make contract negotiations better. It's going to be a win-win for the union. I understand we spoke about it at negotiations, the 5% increase, the COLA, and so forth. So Councilperson McCoy, I don't agree that you just throw this away, because there's positions that we can't even fill because of our 2018 schedule that we're stuck on, which in my opinion, professionally, is inappropriate, because every 2-3 years, a city, a municipality is supposed to do a comp and class study. We're in 2024. That's 7 years. That's very telling.
Chair.
Pro Tem, you recognize.
Thank you for your gratuitous iterations of yourself and all the achievements that you've done. But I'm speaking not specifically about, I think we're confusing the thing. What I'm saying to you right now, there are some positions that's left off of here. We got 22 positions right now that is before us. Are there any other non-affiliated positions? Because you said this is only tier 1 and tier 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what other positions are not included on tier 1 and tier 2?
Excuse me, Randy, can you come forward, please? I'm sorry, through the chair, if that's okay.
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Evans.
You recognize Mr. Evans?
One of the things I will caution the board is anytime that you're talking about wages or anything that is considered part of impact bargaining, invariably that's something that the union needs to negotiate with, and so I'm just concerned that it may lend itself to a unfair labor practice claim. So I'm just speaking in generalities, but usually you want to negotiate that, especially when they are represented.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And also, Ms. Attorney Nguyen, I understand Mr. Evans just did give some concerns of those settlements. Could you opine on that?
I agree with those concerns. There's a possibility that it could be an unfair labor practice. I do believe that we need to go through, they've decided to unionize. We need to go through union negotiations. However, I don't opine on policy, but that is legally, that's my recommendation, that you wait and let it go through the union process.
And I do hear the concerns, and I do also understand and echo my colleagues' concerns with the delays that have been taking place. I want to give our staff the grace of getting this done in a timely fashion, and if we can allow for them to bring this back before us for the captains that became recently unionized, I would see if we could, as a board, support that.
Chair, I think you're misunderstanding. We're talking about two different things here. Number one is COLA, which everybody got in the city. The other one is actual contract negotiations for salaries.
So let's
what my question is, and when I'm asking, there is nothing that prevents us from our generosity, and I'm sure the union or the collective, how many members we have as captains?
5. Oh, if through the chair.
You're recognized.
About 5, sir.
5 individuals can't get COLA? I'm not talking about their salaries. 5% increases to their current base salary. These are the employees that don't get overtime, that have to work well beyond 12 hours shifts like everybody else. So that's what I'm asking, and that's what my amendment to my motion is.
So, Pro Tem, your amendment to 3D is, can you state it for the record, please?
To add a 5% COLA for the members of police captain. I don't even know what you call them, police captains.
For the
PBA.
unionized members that recently became unionized?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Captains.
Okay.
For the COLA.
Mr. Evans, you're recognized.
Yep, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, the 5% cost of living was only provided to those.
That's the point, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Mr. Evans.
The 5% COLA was only provided to non-represented. It wasn't provided to the entire workforce that have collective bargaining agreements. All the different collective bargaining agreements got different compensation. So the 5% applicability is only to those that are non-represented.
So to that point, Mr. Evans, being that they did just become represented, that would be part of the negotiations when they had the union discussion. So that's why I don't want to just arbitrarily give the 5% board member, Councilman McCoy.
Right, but if you do it right now, there's nothing that says we have to give it back again. We'd have to give another. I mean, remember now, these folks haven't had increases, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm saying to you is Mr. Evans is saying his point, but there is nothing that completely can come off the table when negotiations come. But, had staff came here today and said, this is the progress we've made with negotiating with 5 members, how difficult can that be? Compared to if we had a pool of 130 sworn law enforcement officers, I mean, you got 5 members. Clearly, 5% is not going to break the bank. Certainly, if there was that great of progress, we would have gotten some sort of report since they've unionized in the summer of this year. And we're already into a new fiscal year. We're about to be into a new calendar year, and we're going to still be talking about this. And then guess what they're going to say? Well, no retro, we'll start this as the effective date. That's not fair. And you're talking about how great they are. These people are frontline workers. These aren't office folks. These are watch commanders that's on the road responding to calls. That's all I have. And that's my motion.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So,
ask one of my colleagues to support the 5%.
So, Pro Tem McCoy is looking. Dr. Spears, you're recognized.
Can the Pro Tem please repeat his motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
So, in support of this item and contingent on this item, I would offer up an amended motion to add 5% to the police captains that's listed in the pay schedule by way of a COLA cost of living adjustment.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Will Pro Tem add exclusive of the bargaining agreement?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Will the Pro Tem add to his motion that this is exclusive of the collective bargaining agreement?
Yes, exclusive of the bargaining agreement.
Thank you. I'll second that motion.
Okay. Discussion from the board.
Chair.
You're recognized.
ask a question to the HR director. Is it just the 5 that are part of this, or is it other employees that are included in this?
In the five, through the chair,
You're recognized.
the 5% COLA that Mr. McCoy is referring to, it would just be those 5 employees for captains.
But what about the other employees?
The non-affiliated did receive a 5%. Mr. Evans gave a COLA to the non-affiliated employees, a 5% increase.
So we're talking about just the 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
And so the current concern that Mr. Evans and Ms. Nguyen spoke of, that still applies even though what he said, we're still at the same point? You still have the same concern?
You recognize Mr. Evans?
I would.
Ms. Nguyen? Okay, thank you.
So, Chair, funny, Ms. Nguyen, you said you believe it would constitute unfair. You can't point to something specific, though, can you?
I have not, no.
Okay, well, thank you. So your opinion is probably not really nothing.
But, I mean,
I mean,
Chair.
anything is possible. What are you talking about? I
And
mean,
the-
you
and the-
enjoyed the 5%.
And the converse is true too. You could very well be wrong too, Mr. McCoy.
Right, but I don't understand. We're taking the opinions from the very people who got the 5%, even though your contract says every provision that the general employees get. They don't have an agreement. All I'm asking is that we bring them to the same 5% that you enjoy and Mr. Evans enjoy. And what you're saying to me that it constitutes a fair labor, there's no such thing as a unfair labor practice when we're offering somebody something up and above an agreement, which they don't have one right now.
What I also said is that I don't make policy. My recommendation is I would not have a problem with the 5%, but I don't make policy and the 5% is policy. However, you could very well make that 5% retroactive when as the negotiations are going forward. They may negotiate 4% because they may want something else. They may negotiate 7%. We don't know because you're not giving us an opportunity to negotiate.
Right, but prior to this, them invoking that they wanted to be unionized, guess what they got? They got the same percentage that everybody else got.
Right.
So why should they be penalized for wanting to be a part of a union? We had an employee that we've seen who lost his job that was highly publicized, who was a police captain. In fact, my conversation with him was that they went all the way up to his home, came and got his vehicle, stripped him of every single piece of Riviera Beach equipment. He lost his job, and he had to fight to get it back and be retro paid. And all these employees want is to be represented in the event that I can't sit out here and be a part of a police department and I'm the only one that's not covered by any union, but I don't have any protections. If administration seems to want to eliminate my positions. And you know, this is a repeat of what happened when Chief Williams eliminated the lieutenants. I mean, like, you're literally leaving these folks out as orphans, and we're talking about 5 people. I just hope that, God forbid that I just really want to be fair. And, I gave somebody in the bank, Miss Jacqueline Woodard, you may be familiar with her, the analysis of today when I was in the bank. I said, what I hear from some of our members in our collective bargaining agreements reminds me of the biblical scripture when the shepherd has to leave his flock and go after the one lost sheep. And that's all I'm trying to do, because it's not fair to these people to be out here. And I see them out at Wawa at night. I see them out there on the beat. And, October 1st, the state implemented this new homelessness rule, right? And I'm looking at people sleeping in public places, and now our officers and captains have to go and tell these people, you can't be there. And we can't even give them the 5%. But everybody else can run around town enjoying take-home vehicles, 5% increases, car allowances. Let's be fair. I mean, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for people that's out on these streets. And clearly, staff is aware that this is an issue because they highlighted it in the email that we got last week. And conveniently, it wasn't even a part of the backup. So had I not brought it to our attention, guess what? It wouldn't have been said. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Are you recognized?
We have 5 articles left, and Chief Coleman can advise if he wants to. There were 2 sessions.
That's not germane. Let's take the item, please.
But I'm sorry, through the chair, Councilman McCoy did say he didn't have an update what was going on. Well, here's your update. There's 5 articles left in the CBA to do, and we will close this contract rather quickly.
Board members?
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
I don't know if this is for Mr. Evans or for Ms. Nguyen. If this resolution, if this motion that was brought up by Pro Tem is exclusive of the collective bargaining agreement, how would it be an unfair practice?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognized?
And certainly our Human Resources Director can opine on that because there was no impact bargaining that was provided for. So the union never had an opportunity to say instead of 5%, we wanted 7%. And so you impose this on us. And by virtue of doing that, we are not, now the city is not going to consider us getting the 7% that we wanted to.
Mr. Chair?
You recognized?
But during the collective bargaining agreement, they can negotiate up to 7% or 10% or whatever.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognized?
But they could, but they can still file an unfair labor practice because there was not impact bargaining that was provided for. They can certainly negotiate at the table 5, 10, 15%, and invariably wherever we land on and then bring to the board for consideration. But if you impose something on them without them having the ability to negotiate as part of that, then you can leave yourself exposed to a unfair labor practice.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Can we call the question, please?
The motion on the table is with the amendment that has been seconded by Board Member McCoy. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lanier?
Hold on a second.
No, you asked to call the
I
question.
was asking, what are we voting on, though? 'Cause there was an amendment
I
on the
restated
floor.
what we were voting on, Ms.
Did
Lanier.
you say what we were voting on?
Yes, I just did. I said it was the amendment to the motion that was stated by
Okay.
Pro Temp McCoy.
All right, very good.
Okay. Councilperson Lanier?
No.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
No.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
That item passes with Councilperson Lanier and Councilperson Miller Anderson dissenting.
And what I want to do is put on the record that our concerns are not with my ability of my HR director to get this deal done, because I do believe that they're in the final stages of it. I do believe that our officers have been waiting a long time and that they do need to receive this COLA that they're rightfully due, even though they did unionize. They unionized for the sake of what they've seen across the practices of the city, which Mr. Evans is trying to clean up and work on. So our goal is to make sure that we're taking care of all of our departments. So that's why I supported my colleague's motion to put it on the table, because that 5% does not offset what's being negotiated. It's additional salary and funds for those captains that deserve it. Additional comments?
Chair.
You're recognized.
Since you said that the attorney and the city manager and the HR director said that there may be some unfair labor practices, the city has enough lawsuits, Lord, to keep us buried for years, and to just blatantly disregard that piece of advice. And doing this, we have a new HR director, we have a new procurement director. Let these people do their jobs.
It's funny you say
We want to
that.
make sure that this thing and what we're doing is done by process and is done fairly, because if that's the case, give everybody the 5%. I mean, let's be fair here, if we're going to be fair. Because what happens is that now some other group may say, well, we didn't get that opportunity to get that. We didn't get the opportunity to get 5% before and then negotiate later. So if we're going to be fair, let's just be fair and take the advice of the people who we pay.
It's funny you say that you want to be selective on when you want to listen to our attorney and when you don't. So to that point, at times when you feel that it's necessary, we're going to go with the pleasure of the board. So as of tonight, we decided to go with the direction of the pleasure of the board, and I appreciate your sentiments and concerns with not agreeing with our city attorney and our city manager, but as we've seen fit, we want to move forward with providing an opportunity to rightfully pay our staff, because we've seen the operations. We've had many times where we haven't gone with the direction of our recommendation of our attorney in regards to settling lawsuits. So I'm not sure why you're concerned with a lawsuit all of a sudden. So moving forward, Ms. Lanier and rest of the board, if we'd like to proceed with item 3E.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 3E, resolution number 144-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach Palm Beach County, Florida, amending the job classification lists by reclassifying or regrading certain classified and unclassified positions pursuant to the 2024-2025 fiscal budget, providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do have one comment card on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
You're recognized.
Mr. Kasi can answer any questions that the board may have to this particular item.
Question from the board?
Yes,
You're recognized.
Mr. DeCoste, how many positions are currently a part of item 3E that will be removed from the union by way of this reclassification?
One, through the chair?
You're recognized.
One,
I'm sorry?
one.
Okay, and that position being?
It would be the payroll technician, which the union agreed to.
Okay. And would that be in that August 23rd, 2024 email?
I don't know which email it is, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, so and they agreed in which fashion? Did they call and tell you?
They responded, Joey, from SEIU responded saying yes. The other, you must be referring to the other emails. There's about 4 or 5 in IT that the union does not agree to, and we have no say-so over that. The PERC does, and it's in PERC's hand now.
So the one position is what again?
Through the chair?
You're recognized.
Payroll technician.
Okay, so what about these staff assistant?
We're not removing, through the chair?
Recognized.
We're not removing them from the union, and the union agreed to change their titles.
Really?
Yes,
So the payroll tech is the only position that comes out of SEIU?
yes. That
Okay.
we agreed to. The others, we cannot remove them because the SEIU does not agree with it, so we're now going through the process with PERC.
Okay, so my other question was budgetary. I guess it's not clear as to what the budgetary impact is. And is this as of what date? Adoption?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so was the new budget, this didn't even encompass these positions and new salary classifications?
Yes, it does. Mr. Sherman, our finance director, can go into more detail, but these positions were budgeted. Before I brought it to the council, I met with finance to ensure that the funds were there and they were budgeted.
Right, but we stripped, in our few meetings prior to budget adoption, we stripped a number of positions. I think administration came back and stripped a number of positions that were proposed to be changed and reclassified in the budget. So can we know what the impact is for the fiscal year?
Per finance through the chair, it's 75 to 100,000, sir.
Okay, and payroll tech is the only position being removed from the union?
That they agreed with, yes,
Okay,
sir.
so what positions did they indicate that they were not in support of being removed?
Network webmaster, network system administrator. I can't recall them on top of my head. There was like 5 positions. They're IT positions, and SEIU does not agree that they should be out of the union. Management feels that they do not belong in the union, and PERC has to make that decision. We can't make that decision.
Okay.
Additional comments? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we do have one comment card.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mary Graham.
Ms. Graham?
Riviera Beach. Apparently, you as a board, in order to meet the accommodation of these employees' needs here, we must have some meeting of the minds in reaching where we need to get at. I was sitting there. I heard it. I heard some of this on my phone here. And then she is trying to articulate where we need to be at, and what we need to do.
in order to put it in its place so it can be workable for these employees. And this is why a lot of people don't like to get tied up with the unions. This is why a lot of people and a lot of companies do not like to get tied up with the unions. They would rather try to meet their employees' needs and assist their needs, because once when you get into that bargaining thing, one side is here and another side is there. And then you have to sit here as a board and leaders here to analyze, to weigh which one is going to work. Now, we're tired of this. We're in a new beginning of a new stage here. And I'm going to say what I'm going to say. See, I had on my vote shirt, and that was encourage everybody to get up and vote. And we now is on the pessimist of setting new courses here, doing some of the things here that may take us out of our little comfort level, because we've been doing the same thing over and over, not having the proper procedures put in place. And when somebody sits and dialogue and have done their research, then it's a this or can or that about it. We have to stop this here. And I'm hoping for the new year, because the end is almost gone. I'm hoping for the new year, whoever sits on that board there will come dealing the business at hand and do some extensive researches, because we're not going to tolerate this here. Every time you just sit here and you just badger. How can we get some common ground here in what these people have researched? Now it's up to you all to make sure that you do your research as well too. So that when Ms. Bram sit up there, when they come and want to talk to Ms. Bram gonna dialogue so that we can move on. Not just for you all, but for the city as a whole here.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board?
Yes, Chair.
You're recognized.
Ms. DeCoste, I'm looking at the crime scene technician position. Is that not moving from SEIU to PMSA?
No, sir, it's not.
That was proposed?
It was proposed, but it's not.
Is that the position that was referred to as the real-time crime center manager?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and why was it not?
We're not moving it over. SEIU didn't agree, so we're keeping it in SEIU.
Okay, so I do see an administrative position here. That's not coming out of SEIU?
No.
Okay, and the only one is payroll?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Additional comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Going into 8A. I'm sorry. Actually, let's do public comments. Thank you. Statement from public comments. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the City Council, in which the event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, public comments from the public shall begin immediately following the items concluded. Please be reminded the City Council Board has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which is posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the City Council Chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or the building. Please govern yourselves accordingly. How many public comment cards do we have, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have 9 public comment cards at this time.
Thank you.
The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
Thank you.
The first speaker will be Lloyd Brown, followed by Mark Thomas and Dr. Philip Dukes.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Brown. How are you people out there in Riviera Beach? I see you failed to get Harris in there, but you know you got a lot of Trumps right here with these black politicians sitting right in front of me. You know, Stevie Wonder's got a song out. It's called Mr. Know-It-All. I'm talking to you people out there, not here, because they don't listen. It's called Mr. Know-It-All. Look it up on your phone and tell me who it reminds you of. Because for one thing, I don't see anybody coming together here. It's always somebody criticizing somebody else about something, or they, you know, like my mama said, you know, they want to get you told. It's like the frying pan talking to the bowl, whatever, that's on the grill too, whatever. He say, hey, you know, you black as hell. But both of them sitting in the fire. I mean, y'all people, y'all are black, right? I mean, I just want to know, I mean, because you look like it. But, you know, I'm looking at the economy. I see all these black guys hanging on the streets. Everybody that move in my neighborhood got a job, they got a new car, and they not black. And they families, you know what, Riviera Beach, what they doing, they going around getting these lots. And so when you put liens on them, see, they have to pay them liens off in order to get that lot. So Riviera Beach put liens on it, and then next thing you know, somebody will buy it for taxes. But see, one of them lots used to be owned by some of my friends. And that's really effed up. I'm going to tell you the truth, because y'all ain't doing nothing. I see he left. I don't blame him. I don't want to hear what Brown got to say. I'm going to tell you the truth. Power was working underneath Mac Bernard. Taylor and them, I went to all them people. They black, I thought. I went to all them people. Do you know what? In the last 40 years, you couldn't get them to tell you 10 things they done to help Riviera Beach. You didn't see none of them come up here and say anything about the water, but they want you to vote for them. And all you people out there telling me tomorrow, oh, you went to vote today? No, but I'm over here. You don't even show up. You people out there, you don't even show up. You'll sit around the store all day long or in their little churches and you'll be saying, oh, city's sure enough messed up, but you won't step your feet in here to say anything about it. And you can get mad at me if I'm talking about you, because I really don't care. My mother, she gone. My father, he gone. Some of my brothers and sisters. But you know what? They were the only ones I respect. I don't have no respect for y'all. Y'all just look black. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Brown. Thank you, sir.
Thomas, Dr. Philip Dukes, and Kerry Wood. When you start talking.
Good afternoon, guys. Respect to the mayor, city council. I live on 55 West 37th Street in Riviera Beach, and to my knowledge, my attention has come to that there's a huge condominium going to be enacted or erected directly across from my property. My wife is here. My wife and I, we attended a meeting on last night, and we asked, I guess the governing group, whether there be any concessions for our neighborhood as far as not housing, but as far as the land development or drainage, parking, anything like that. And what we got was a flat no. We're not going to do anything for you. Also this afternoon, I was approached by 2 individuals that wanted me to sign off on our petition for that development. We're just not happy the way it's going, and we really want the city to step in and try to help us out on that corner. There's no drainage, no sidewalks, nothing. We weren't here when, we weren't here when Dollar General went in or either the McDonald's went in, so we had no say in that. We had no voice in that. We didn't even know what was going in. But this project, we're not happy. And the city needs to do something about it. We're requesting that it not be approved at this point because there hasn't been any input. We just got contacted about a month ago and there wasn't anybody from the condo, this project development or anything. So we just want a up and above board process and to incorporate some of the homeowners, taxpayers in our community. And we want you guys to pretty much kind of decide on what's going to happen with it. But at this point, we're really not happy. Okay? And we ask you to take in consideration what we feel. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir.
The next speaker is Dr. Philip Dukes, followed by Kerry Wood and Scott Lewis.
Mayor, City Council Chair, how everybody feeling today? Y'all feeling all right? Y'all need to laugh. Y'all too tight. Don't be so tight. Don't be so tight. With everything that's happening, you know, we have a lot of work to do. But one thing we can't continue to do is beat up on each other. Now, I told you last time I was up here that I was going to continue talking about black history and American sociology, but my job in September took me to another place. If you go on YouTube and type in Operation Restore, we're all Americans. Some of y'all who got your phone, type it in. That's why our video is, where we're promoting unity in our nation. Now, that this election is over, everyone knows the direction that we're going into. So we as a city, I believe we should, and I've said this 25 years ago, Revere Beach should lead the nation in all social issues. I've always believed that when it came down to gang violence, drugs, and whatever, because we've always had the resources, but we have not had the willing heart to do it. So, and then we should be teaching our history. There's always a problem teaching black history, and here's why. Remember last time I was talking to you, I was talking to you about niggerization. Niggerization is the ideology, the philosophy that America tried to put black people under, saying you don't have any history. And that justified their behavior. So, I want you to go look at Ivan Satamile, Sheikh Anta Diop. These are African Egyptologists, because civilization came up the Nile. It didn't come out of Western Europe or Eastern Europe. It did not come out of the Mediterranean. It came out of Africa, up the Nile. Everything in South Africa is older than everything in Egypt. But we're not taught that because we don't get the teachings from black Egyptologists. The people who are ruling Egypt now came from another place. But when you look at all your ancient pictures before the 25th dynasty, these are all black people. Remember when I told you about our colors? Remember I pointed out them colors? There are 5 different shades of black people before we come to America. And they're all seen in those hieroglyphics. Now, I want us to start pulling people together. So go on YouTube, type in Operation Restore, look at this video, leave us a comment, and I'm going to come up and give you some more history lessons that's going to bind us together, because if we teach black history properly, we break the back of bigotry and racism. We break the back of it, but sometimes we have a problem teaching folk because the average person knows nothing about black history. If I ask the average black pastor or even my Eurocentric pastors, who is the most famous black man in the Torah, they can't name one person. And archaeology and DNA and anthropology tells you who he is, but we have a problem admitting it. So let me tell you who he is. His name is Adam.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Kerry Wood, followed by Scott Lewis and Natasha Wells.
Hello. My name is Carrie, and I'm a member of your community. I live in a small neighborhood 4 houses away from this giant Oculina project. I'm in opposition, and I ask that you do not rezone it, just the traffic alone, for our small community. There will be, between the building they're building now and the building they've already built, I think one building has 399 units that they're proposing to build, and the other building they've already built, which is right across the street from it, has 350 units. Double occupancy, we're looking at 1,500 people in a very small neighborhood. My concerns are again, traffic, what is this gonna do to our lives? Our very nice neighborhood, our community is being gobbled up by these developers. And soon we won't recognize what we call home anymore. Let's see. I feel that they've offered very little compensation for our neighborhood. Not that that would make it worthwhile, because to me, I don't feel that there is enough of anything. I'd rather just keep it the way it is. I just am here asking, begging. This has been so upsetting to many of my neighbors and my family to have this encroach on our lives, which it already has with the current Nautilus building. And I, again, just ask that you do not rezone the building that used to be the Winn-Dixie. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Scott Lewis, Nakasha Wells, and Mrs. Mary Brown.
Evening. Scott Lewis from Wilma Circle. I don't see the word water in this agenda. I know that that doesn't seem to matter, and I'm going to keep talking about it until something serious happens from leadership. And, you know, we've got an $80,000 health department fine. I hear about 155 lawsuits against the city. Last year is a 27% increase in taxes on the water. And now I'm hearing about $1 million possible fine coming down. You know who's paying all that? It's us. Us, not staff. And I keep coming up here for 9 months asking you who's been disciplined for the cover-up last year. Last week, and I'd said it 4 months ago that there was crimes in here. Last week it's uncovered that there was criminal activity. Forgery and fraud is a felony. I want to know who has been disciplined. I asked that question 8 months ago, and I've asked it repeatedly. There has to be some discipline, and the only people that can do discipline are leadership, and that is this board telling your manager to do something, or your manager doing it. I don't know about any write-ups. I don't know about any suspensions. I don't know about any terminations for criminal activity. Crime. I'm a crime victim. I have rights. And they're not being observed. I'm being ignored for 10 months. All of us residents. You can't sit up there and give us lip service. You have to start doing something and quit waiting for outside agencies to do it. Get law enforcement in here more heavily. I mean, you ask for trust? Are you kidding me? Government people falsifying reports, forging reports, and I'm supposed to trust you? You know, there's going to end up being a class action lawsuit. I'm sure it's coming. I talked with Jack Scarola, Cersei Denny Scarola, this morning about it. He's interested. He's already talked with some firm from Flint, Michigan that was involved with that. Then you end up with a receiver coming in because a judge removes this board and appoints a receiver or a trustee to take it over. And maybe that's what has to happen with the utility district, because I'm not seeing it happen from you all. And Mr. Evans, you know, I admire what you try to do, but you need to ask for help, sir. I mean, the Florida League of Cities, I know there's a couple hours of conversation this week. They can help, but you all have to ask. Ask for help, please. Ask the county commission. They got a great water utility department. I'm positive they would assign a couple people to help your utility for a while. I know it. Please take the lead on all of this. Stop letting it happen and us read about it. And it drips out. Thanks.
Thank you for the comments.
Followed by Mrs. Mary Brown and Doretta Paul.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nakasha Wells. I'm actually a registered lobbyist representing the Plamosa Park community, which is a small subdivision of Park Manor. here in Riviera Beach. I'm here to just add some insight on some of the development applications that are before you tonight. Prior to this past Monday night, the developer, Forest Development, had not had any discussions with the residents in the Plamosa Park subdivision. They had one meeting, to my understanding from their justification statement, with the residents in the Riviera Beach Shores community, but that was a private meeting at someone's private home, and so of course, you know, that's not a public meeting for public consumption. So I think the concern is that there just hasn't been an ample opportunity for the community, particularly on the west side, to have conversations directly with the developer about what they would like to see. As Mr. Thomas just stated to you all, and I wanted to reiterate it to make certain that his point wasn't lost. First, today, just today, representatives from the developer went to his home asking him to withdraw his petition. They did not offer anything. They did not say there was a reason for their request. And in my personal opinion, that seems to be an intimidation tactic. I think it is highly inappropriate for them to have done something like that, particularly because a lot of people don't even understand the significance of the petition process and what that does to a rezoning application. So that's first and foremost. And I have comment cards on every item. So the other thing is, we made requests to city staff to postpone tonight's meeting. Those requests were ignored. We never even got a response back. And this item has been in development, this project's been in development for 2 years. What's the harm in another 30 days or 45 days in order to give the community an ample opportunity? The concerns that they raised in Monday night's meeting, we're here Wednesday night. When is there an opportunity for the developer to actually respond to some of those concerns? Because on Monday night, they said nothing. They said absolutely nothing. Issues about drainage, issues about repaving roads, and this came from one of the residents in Riviera Beach Shores, said that they have had negotiations, I guess within the last couple of days, with residents in Riviera Beach Shores to do repaving of their roads, but the folks on the west side still get nothing. That is highly inappropriate for a development of this scale, and they were actually even told that this development doesn't impact the west side in the same manner in which it impacts the folks on the east side. I think that is disingenuous at best, and so we would like for you not to support the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments.
Mrs. Mary Brown, followed by Doretta Polk and Margaret Shepherd.
Miss Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. I love the new branding. Love the new branding. And not just me. The Halloween bash that Commander Nathan's going and all of his staff put on, that's an A+. We had such a magnificent time. The parents came out and the children came out as well too. And your city manager was there too. And I'm sure he had a great time too, because it was magnificent. You're gonna have to make next year A+, because each year it's better and better and better. And it was so enjoyable to see the parents come out with their children. And the city staff, they was dressed in costumes and they had plenty candy, so Miss Brown didn't have to worry about coming out of jail and not having no candy, because you all had plenty candy. And the city clerk, Beyonce don't have nothing on you all. Cowboys, they was dressed to the T. Miss Brown was, what was I? What was I, Mr. Evans?
Hat in a hat. Dr. Seuss?
Huh? Dr. Seuss. And I was going around there giving advice to the young people as well as the adults. Okay, I'm gonna have to run something. On November the 2nd, over there at J Ministry, see your city is moving. Habitat, they had a good congregation over there, because it is so much a critical needs in this city needs. brushing up, painting, helping doing home repairs. And they had a good crowd over there. Derek McCray, he's over there now too, because it's not where you've been at, but it's where you're going at. So it was good over there. Then Miss Brown was from there. Then she was at Cunningham Park. I would like for the city to partnership with these people here, because we are in the midst of the homelessness. And that ministry, and that counseling, and all of that service that they provided in that park, and Miss Brown was giving counseling to the ones that were in the 10th grade as well as the 11th grade. You had a student that he asked me for some advice because he wants to get on the basketball team. Palm Beach Garden, another young adult. Can you give me some pointers? Because he wanted to be president of his class at Palm Beach Garden. So you see, these things are working for the city here. And the name of that is Life Saving International, Mr. Evans, and the police department. Because the police was there. What a blessing. They really, really served that community. And to all of the ones that's ran and all of the ones that's won, Ms. Bram say congratulations to you, because it is no losers. And Cox, Alexis Cox, she made history. Not just making history, but the first black to hold a position as the state attorney. And to all of the candidates, we say congratulations to you. We need to partner here with these peoples and others that are helping us move.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
The next speaker is Doretta Farlow by Margaret Shepard.
I had to get one.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach, and I just want to commend Mr. Brody, who's director of the library. He has had so many different activities at the library, very educational, informative, and I attended a activity, a fair that the speaker was our very own interim Mrs. Deborah Hall McCullen. It was excellent. It was concerning the 100-year celebration of Riviera Beach and its history. And she brought out so many points that I wasn't aware of, and many others weren't, and it was really attended very well. And I thank you so much. She has written several books also concerning the history of Riviera Beach, and that should be commended, that we have so much facet of different people who come together to make our city what it is today. Now, concerning this evening, the situation concerning the HR director, Councilman Trodrick McCoy, when we're giving advice that our city attorney is giving concerning these bargaining. Now, I was a worker at one time, and I was in the union. And listen, before we can do anything at my job, we had to go through the union. Everything was through the union and bargaining. It wasn't our managers, our directors, our CEO, CON, none of that. It went through the union, and that's the process. Please don't interrupt me. So
Here.
when
Can we pause
we
the time? So I'm getting two messages that the meeting isn't showing. Can we ensure that we're online, please?
Yes, sir. Walter, if you can't check that, or Mr. Evans, if you can check that. And the time was at 43 seconds.
no, the time was at 46 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
When I was
If you could go
interrupted.
ahead, and we'll give Ms. Doretta Polk the additional 5 seconds after the time. But go ahead, Ms. Polk.
Are we online, though? Are we back online?
Before we get started, let's just make sure we're online and back live, just so that the comments can be recorded. Checking now. Looks like we're back live. Thank you. If you could start the time. Go ahead, Ms. Polk. Thank you.
You can go ahead, Ms. Paul. You can continue.
46.
You can continue. We'll count it
Okay.
after it counts down. You can keep talking.
All right. So when we giving advice by an attorney and our city manager concerning this, it could open, just like Councilwoman Shirley Neer said, possibly a lawsuit. So let's take the advice of our attorney, you know, because she would definitely know what the situation could come to pass. And I just think that we just need to stop all of this. And Mr. Evans is doing as best he can. He got U.S. water in our city. He also has gotten other entities in the city to help with the water situation. They have a new process of testing the water from what the news, looking at the news situation and the interviews. So let's just try to work together, because this was 20, 25, 30 years of neglect. So let's work together.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't think I got my full.
I set the timer, Ms. Polk. I set
Oh,
it.
you take the
Yes,
time.
ma'am, I
All
got
right.
it.
And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
The last speaker is Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach, to the Honorable Chair and Mayor and everyone. As I'm listening, I had something else to talk about, the water. I spent my time with the seniors during the storm, and there was nothing wrong with the sandbags. I live right there at the water, and if anybody should have got sandbags, I should have got out and got sandbags. My thing is to make sure that the seniors was protected, that they have water, and it's very sad to see that they feel now that they are forgotten. It's important, once again, you talk about the salaries, and I'll flip over from the water to our ambassadors. We're talking about the captains, 5% interest, whatever. I think we should start really thinking a little bit more about our lower level of people, because they are really our servants. And we owe it to them. This city owe it to them to take care of our employees. It's very sad what I heard last week. I was mourning my nephew who passed away, 56 years old. I thank you all for the flowers. I thank you for the cards. I thank you for coming by to see me. It really made my day. I sat there for a few more minutes, and you have to remember 7:30 in the morning. I don't talk at 7:30 in the morning, but the phone was beeping and beeping, beeping, and I realized something was an emergency. I thought it was my children at first, and then I realized that something went on with the city. And when they called me, I was already depressed. I was very depressed. And as I listened to the message, I just want to say to Mrs. McCollum, you have to look to the hills from which comes your help coming from God. And for Courtney, who came and put my bell in my house, I had a conversation with him. I'm thoroughly happy of the senior citizens that confide in me, the residents that confide in me. I thank them for coming to me and just telling me their troubles. If I had known this was going on between the two, and they were at my house talking, I asked God, why didn't I have a chance to talk? But now you're saying, let's get a therapist in here to talk to people. Should have been a therapist here a long time ago. You have people here, and their strategy is to make sure that when they dig that ditch, you fall into it. The strategy is they're miserable, and they want to try to make you miserable. I'm not miserable. I'm not miserable. My trust is in God. So again, Mrs. I am terribly, terribly sad. Know that God is with you, honey.
Thank you for your comments.
Comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Evans, additional comments?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You recognize, Ms. Miller Anderson.
Mr. Thomas, that came up about the posting. Can we address that either now or during the item?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
I did have a conversation with the Development Services Director, and he can address those questions as part of the presentation this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Evans, I'm sorry, who was that, Mayor or Pro Tem? Go ahead, you recognize.
Mr. Evans, question regarding water. A few questions. Number one is, we obviously know we didn't have a utility district meeting yet. Do we anticipate on having one this month?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
Yes, we're anticipating bringing in items before you at the November 20th meeting.
Okay. I'm going to take the opportunity, Chair, to ask, where are we with the revolving, the water revolving loan fund?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
SRF, WIFIA, as well as the wells, all those are items that will be ripe for the November 20th meeting. So we're bringing all those items for the board's action.
Follow up.
You recognize.
Okay, I'm just afraid that I don't know that we should wait, because I'm getting information that this fund is going to close pretty soon in the application windows, and I don't want to wait to a meeting. I mean, I think there's something that can be said in terms of an update and where we are prior to that by way of some sort of communication from administration, because, you know, we send folks out there. I don't want to wait till the final hour to find out, you know, something came up. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You recognize.
We did have a productive conversation that Councilperson Spiritus and the mayor facilitated with the EPA concerning the WIFIA program. So we are in a good position, and we did even receive follow-up correspondence from them today. So our intent is to get the LOI approved by the board to move forward. Related to water, one of the things that I just had a conversation with our staff when we discussed with you about the grant program, and I would have to defer to Dr. Harris, is one of the challenges that to submit that application is to be submitted by November 21st. When we talked about having community partners, when staff had the conversation with the EPA, one of the things that they had mentioned is selecting the appropriate and a strong community partner versus the process that we're looking to consider as it relates to multiple community partners may actually weaken our application, and our application has to be to them by the 21st of November. And so one of the things that I received the internal communications today and wanted to ask clarity from the board as to how do you wish to proceed. And obviously this is not the right venue because this is not a utility district meeting, but how you would like to proceed. If the board would be inclined to support us moving forward with the application with the involvement with the CDC, we can put that information in now, and then the EPA said we can come back and in fact amend the agreement. But if we have a process that we sit a selection committee and the like, we have to have the procurement out there for 14 days, and it really is going to be a tight window and a tight turnaround process. So that's one of the things separate and apart from the existing things that we're doing in the water district, special district, but that we're trying to facilitate getting access to additional money. So that was one of the things that I was going to ask the board, if the board would be inclined in us moving forward with that application with the partnership with the CDC for the purposes of submitting. They did review our narrative, and they said our narrative was good. Thank you, sir. And our narrative was good and strong, and they believe that it's such a competitive process that we need to make sure whichever entity we partner up with can effectively help us accomplish what our intended mission is. And if the board would like to hear some more from Dr. Harris, he can provide additional perspective, but that was something that staff briefed me on this morning.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy, you done?
Mr. Evans, you know, I really know we're at a timeline. I'm gonna be quick, but why the CDC? Did we not identify 2 other potential partners? Is it just because it's more? I mean, are we able to deploy them a lot quicker, Mr. Evans? I mean, the short version.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may. That would be a quicker out
Fair
for
enough.
Sparno.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson, you're recognized.
The question about, well, not a question, the comment about the drainage in the area west of Broadway on 37th and, what was the other thing? Oh, sidewalks.
Yep. Mr. Chair, if I may?
You're recognized.
Yes, we do anticipate having some capital improvement projects in that particular area, irrespective if the development proceeds forward or not. That's one of the areas that has been prone to drainage issues in rain events. And actually, that's one of the projects that we did send to Tallahassee, I believe, for state appropriation. So there is monies that we've put into the budget to effectively proceed forward with the design and engineering with that particular part of our community to address the drainage issues. And obviously, when we go in there to do drainage, we look at the opportunity for sidewalks, improved lighting, and pavement repair. So there is plans to effectively look to address that, the conditions of roadway in that part of our community.
Thank you. Ms. Lanier? Dr. Spiritus?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess this is directed to City Manager Evans. You brought up the CDC, but didn't we also discuss the Housing Authority since we have an agreement with the Housing Authority as well?
Mr. Chair, if I may. We did discuss the opportunity of partnering with the Housing Authority as well as some other entities. And so we can certainly include other entities, but we definitely want to make sure that the entities that we have provide for a strong application. And so if it is the board's desire to include another entity, and if you give me the authorization to proceed forward, I think we should possibly keep it at 2 at this particular juncture, because it's a competitive process and we don't want to add additional entities that may not be with what EPA is looking for and compromise the strength of our application.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, Dr. Spiritus.
So, Mr. Evans, based on our conversations with EPA, I think it would probably be better, or a better application, if we include both the CDC and the Housing Authority. Based on the number of housing units they'll be developing, it'll probably be a stronger application.
Dr. Spiritus, if we can revisit this at Commissioner comments, because we have a couple ordinances we want to try to get to tonight before the 10 o'clock, and then we'll address that tonight during Commissioner comments to give Mr. Evans direction of which nonprofits, if that's okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. 8A?
Item 8A, ordinance number 4262, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving comprehensive plan amendment from Silver Beach Partners LLC, amending Objective 1.8 of the future land use element of the city's comprehensive plan to establish consistency between the comprehensive plan and Chapter 31 of the Code of Ordinances, Article 5, District Regulations, Division 23, Planned Unit Development District Regulations, Section 31-497, 2 and 4, and Sections 26-8B3 of the Riviera Beach Code of Ordinances, Chapter 26, the Minority Employment and Affordable Housing Opportunity Plan, MEHOP, in order to update maximum densities accordingly, providing for applicability, conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
So moved.
Second. Motion made and properly seconded. Welcome, Mr. Sermons. Thank you, sir.
The item just read into the record, of course, is the second reading of the submitted request for a text amendment to the city's comprehensive plan to make our densities and intensities table consistent with what's in our land development regulations. There have been no changes in this item since first reading. However, you will see in your backup there's an additional attachment that displays the approvals or no comments from all of the state and regional agencies that need to review comprehensive plan amendments. Aside from that one, there are no changes to this item, but if the board is desirous of additional presentations, please let staff know and we would be happy to do so.
Public comment, please. Madam Clerk, public comment.
First speaker is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Natasha Wells and Mrs. Mary Bram.
Ms. Shepherd? It was the same thing from first reading. Nothing changed. So it was no presentation. We're on second reading of the ordinance.
You
Pass.
withdraw.
Pass on that. Thank you.
Okay,
Next one.
Natasha Wells.
Thank you.
So just a couple of additional points. One of the issues of concern that was raised to city staff with respect to the MEHOP is there was no minority participation plan submitted by the developer, which is a requirement of the ordinance. The applicant has only since submitted that plan within the last few days, and I can only assume one, it wasn't included in the backup for public inspection, and I can only assume that the council has also not had ample opportunity to review said plan. The MEHOP is an important component of this project because it gives the developer an additional 5 stories, which will make this a 25-story condo, which many of the residents have already expressed to you this evening are opposed to a building of that height and magnitude. Residents have stated that building of that height is going to block sunlight, breeze from the waterway. There's going to be a significant increase in traffic from the hundreds, if not thousands, of new residents occupying both this proposed building in addition to the Nautilus structure, which is already under development. Finally, at the last meeting, the developer, through staff, actually told the council that they would be making a $4.9 million contribution to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. A developer has the option under MEHOP to build either affordable housing units or to contribute to the fund. The developer has selected the fund option, but it has come to our attention in the last few days that they have since reneged on that $4.9 million contribution, and that they want to build affordable housing units. That was what they said at the meeting on Monday night. I think this is disingenuous to the community. This is a classic bait and switch, particularly because in order to make the affordable housing election under MEHOP, there are numerous requirements under the code to make that election. Plans that need to be submitted, land selection, there's a ton of requirements to make that selection. So we ask that you vote against this particular item, the comp plan amendment and all of its progeny, and any additional items under these applications. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And the last speaker is Mrs. Mary Bram.
Mary Bram with Riviera Beach. I must say that housing is critical, and I am for the project. Why am I for the project? Because it is much needed. I've been all over the territories. I've been all over these territories here in the city here. Every little crook and nanny. I see a homelessness here. I see someone that needs a shelter over their heads. I was contacted on yesterday, all last week I was just bombarded with people with the rent being put out, cannot afford the rent and stuff. affordable housing is a critical need, not just for Riviera Beach. And with the minority participation, you as a governing board, this is where you come in at to make sure those sticklers are there. If they say they're gonna do something, don't just give a handshake. Have it in writing here. You make sure as leaders here that everything within any contract, that it's there. Because once when you get into it, it's no going back. And if they stood up here and told you board members that they were gonna do this, hold them accountable for it. Hold them accountable to it. And the $1 million, hold them accountable. You want to do business with Ms. Bram here. So you better come to that table there and have all of your I's dotted and your T's crossed here. Because affordable housing is needed. So you all get it together here now. Because we do need these housing. We do. But just because we need them, that does not deviate from you doing what you are supposed to do when you come into our city. Because just like that Brandon say, what's beneath the surface? And these people like that. Because these people are saying, that's who we are. We've been looked over because we have been underneath that surface there. So this is your time here to get these things right and move them forward here. But make sure that them I's are dotted and them T's are crossed. That's all. Because you need this here. And the height is being built all over the landscape. The building codes is so different now because what we have experienced as communities and municipalities. Now, if we did above the height limit, okay, you make sure that all of them codes are met there so that that structural foundation can be able to hold whatever is being built. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. That was the last public comment.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
You recognize.
I know we weren't doing any type of presentation because nothing changed, but I wasn't sure if the applicant was going to speak.
I think the applicant's going to wheel up here.
Yeah, I see preparing his car. Okay.
Good evening. Wayne Riches on behalf of Forest Development. We were going to save the majority of our comments for the zoning and the site plan, but we want to make sure we clear up misconceptions, misstatements.
I don't think you should.
If it's germane to the, what are we on, the future land use, we'd like just to move forward with this before we do that.
I would like to preemptively invoke point of order.
The vote has been recognized.
We'll accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the future land use, I did have a question though for staff. Mr. Sermons, the MEHOP is referenced in this resolution. Could you please explain to the public the MEHOP component and when will the MEHOP presentation be given from the applicant?
Yes. MEHOP is referenced in this header because our land development code currently speaks to bonuses or allowances for development above the normal zoning thresholds for the purpose of affordable housing. So that language is already in the MEHOP section of the code. This header is referencing the fact that the MEHOP code and the IHC PUD section of the land development code both have language that's not yet reflected in the comprehensive plan. So this item would make sure that the language that's in the land development code, including the MEHOP section and IHC PUD zoning district section, are both reflected in the comprehensive plan. But this item in itself is not related to any specific developments, MEHOP agreement, or contracts.
Thank you. Councilman McGuire, you're recognized.
Mr. Director Sermons, good evening. What is is there not a map that is associated with this item that needed to be amended, part of the future land use?
No, there's no map. This is a text change for the comprehensive plan.
But so the comprehensive plan is not changing in terms of the future land use map?
The future land use map is not changing.
Okay.
Only the table that's located within the future land use section of the comp plan, that table and some text associated with it would be changed.
So, but why is this the applicant's responsibility? Because if it was already contemplated that we were going to be using the MEHOP, I guess as a companion to the IHC PUD, then why wouldn't it be staff initiated? Because I thought I was going to see something in the ordinance that was specific to this property, but it's not.
The council gave us very specific instructions a couple years ago that the city council did not want to see piecemeal updates to the comprehensive plan, but that the entire plan needed to be brought up to speed to where the city is in development, and the city initiated a plan-wide change. This development preceded that, so they are bringing forth this text amendment, but as you know, the comprehensive plan is a major effort that we're in the middle of right now, and there will be multiple changes that are going to be proposed before this board under it, but this development is just faster to the punch with this particular language.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair. I understand, I mean, I don't really, maybe the point where you didn't want him to speak, but I do think it's important that someone, I don't know if it's staff, I don't know if it's administration, but to kind of clear up or at least explain about the posting of notifications, because the residents did have an issue or concern about that, and the notification of the residents, how many feet out, because, you know, just recently, this week, I did have some residents say that they were not notified. So can you just kind of explain what that process is and whether or not that was done?
I invoke
What's that?
point of order. This is a future land use map amendment. This is not site specific. So if you want to address something about notice, I think that's
Just
probably...
in general, they can tell us in general what the notification process is.
Was there a notice put out for ordinance 4262?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess it would be germane to the fact that there was a notice put out, and I believe that's the question you're asking about this ordinance. So just the noticing process for this ordinance is the concern.
Right, but that doesn't require a mail-out notice for a future land use map amendment. So if she's speaking of something that would have been posted on site or would have been sent to the adjacent residents, that's not this item. A future land use that requires a text amendment that's not site specific, that's across the whole entire city, wouldn't really fall into the threshold of notices. I think that's probably going to be the zoning issue that you're probably referring to.
Yes, but because there are several items on here, I would like to know the answer up front before we move into all of that, so that everyone understands exactly
You
what we're
don't
moving
have
to.
that ability though, councilperson, because now, let's just say he says we didn't do the notice. And what does that mean for you? Do you change your vote based
I
on
have
that?
an answer, yeah, I have an answer that would provide me
Right,
with
but
an
it's not
answer.
relevant to this item. So notice of advertisement in the newspaper was suffice, I would imagine. But as far as, I don't understand your basis.
Is there, I mean, are we voting on whether or not I can ask?
Well, no, it's not about a vote, it's about the rules.
What?
The rules of germanity. We're talking about a text amendment that globally goes across the entire city. You're asking about a notice that's specific to
The process in general.
Okay, but even still, he said that it met, they complied with the newspaper advertisement.
What is the radius?
Mr. Chair, if I may. The radius for required notification in the city ordinances is 300 feet.
300 feet? Okay.
For zoning change, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Additional comments? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier? Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Councilperson Spiritus? Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Yes, I go back, yes.
Okay. And the yes from Councilperson Spiritus. That is a unanimous vote.
Thank you. 8B.
Item 8B, ordinance 4263, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a rezoning application from Silver Beach Road Partners LLC, requesting a zoning map amendment from a DG Downtown General District designation to an Inlet Harbor Center Planned Unit Development, IHC PUD District designation for property located at 3700 Broadway and providing for an effective date. And for other purposes, Mr. Chair, we have 2 public comment cards in this item. The acceptance of public comment cards is closed.
Thank you.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, Mr. Evans? Presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of council, and Honorable Mayor. The item before you, as was read into the record, is the rezoning of the parcel associated with the Oculina development that has been mentioned multiple times tonight already. The zoning application and materials itself have not changed since first reading. However, an important development is that there was a petition that was submitted against the project. The paper that was passed out to you a moment ago has 2 exhibits. The color one describes or shows the analysis that was done for the petition against the project. Our land development code does afford the opportunity for citizens to petition against a rezoning. The buffer area for a protested rezoning is 500 feet. That's indicated on the exhibit with the blue line. Furthermore, to the front or back of the project, if 20% of the property owners on either side sign a petition, they trigger this section of the code, which requires a 3/4 vote in order to pass the rezoning. The city staff from the Development Services Department, as well as the city clerk's office, have reviewed the petitions and found that the citizens did successfully meet the 20% threshold. Therefore, to pass this rezoning, it would require a 3/4 vote to approve it. The second exhibit you have is the notice buffer that our ordinance requires for any rezoning or special exception. It is 300 feet, so it is a smaller buffer area, and it is sometimes confusing when residents will say that my neighbor got a notice for this one, but I did not. As you can see by the parcels highlighted in blue on the second exhibit, it's very plausible that your neighbor could receive a notice and you not receive one. The geographic buffer does include the addresses of any parcel that intersects or touches the buffer line. Anything outside of it is not included. But again, these notices were executed by the applicant, and they provided an affidavit which was reviewed by staff, as well as the addresses that went out for the notice. So again, the primary change since first reading, again, is that the citizen petition has triggered the requirement for a supermajority vote. If council would like a new presentation on it, we are happy to do so, but we are here for your advisement as you make this decision.
Comments?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Williamson, you're recognized.
I do think it's important to provide that presentation because the concerns have come up since we last met, so that everyone understands where we were, where we are now, and how we got here, and especially in regards to the community meetings, if we could kind of get a little more details on that, and so that everyone is clear.
Okay. Mr. Sermons, if you can give a new presentation.
All right, on the screen before you is the header for this item that was just read into the record. The project location is indicated by the red dot that's on the screen before you now. The image on the screen now highlights the project boundaries from a closer view. And for an overview of the request of the applicant, Silver Beach Road Partners LLC is proposing the construction of a 25-story mixed-use development. The proposed development program consists of 399 residential units, 9,680 square foot of ground floor retail space, 17,120 square feet of restaurant area, and 11,000 square feet of office space. The development totals 1,344,045 square feet of gross floor area and will be comprised of 5 podium levels, 1 amenity floor, and 2 19-story residential towers. Existing on the site is a vacant retail building, formerly a grocery store. The parcel ID has already been read into the record. The lot size is approximately 3.385 acres, and the zoning is currently downtown general. The future land use is downtown mixed use. On the screen now is the current zoning of the property, which is highlighted in red, downtown general, and the proposed rezoning is IHC PUD, or Inlet Harbor Center Planned Unit Development. On the screen now is the image that you have before you related to the zoning petition. Again, the blue line is the 500-foot buffer within which property owners can petition to oppose a rezoning and trigger the 3/4 vote requirement. And this is the calculation that was done by city staff to determine whether the threshold was met. So the properties in the front, which are in yellow, met the 20% threshold. There's been extensive review of the application, and this ordinance, this zone change proposal, is now ready for the board's review. The requested zone change is consistent with several objectives of the comprehensive plan. Objective 1.2, policy 1.5.1, policy 1.1.3, policy 1.5.4, and policy 1.4.1. The hearing was properly noticed according to state law and city regulations, including in the newspaper, signs, and mailers. Staff has received 6 communications online for this project prior to public hearings. Additionally, since first reading, there were 31 petitions submitted against the project. And city staff recommends that city council approve the zone change ordinance application ZA 23-0008 without condition. And that concludes the staff presentation on this item.
Thank you. And we have a presentation from the applicant.
Good evening. Mayor, Chairman, Council. Again, for the record, my name is Brian Terry, and I'm with the firm Insight Studio on behalf of the applicant. Let me switch the presentations 1 second.
And while you're pulling that up, Attorney Nguyen, is this, just as a reminder, this is quasi-judicial, that ordinance 4263?
The rezoning?
The rezoning?
I believe the rezoning is legislative.
Again, really appreciate the opportunity to give this presentation, and certainly to get you, again, there has been some, with the petitions being filed, the opportunity to kind of go back and cover a lot of our presentation and certain components that are really important to some comments that have already been made this evening and provide some clarity. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through each of the individual components that Mr. Sermons just did, as far as I think we understand where the site location is. Again, this is a request from a rezoning from the downtown general to the IHC PUD, and it's for the specific property, which obviously we understand is the closed Winn-Dixie. Part of the request is specific. The IHC PUD is a special designation, and there's special sites that it really is most appropriate for. This certainly is one of them. It is the northern gateway into the city of Riviera Beach, It's directly adjacent to the Talon Lake Park Marina and the waterfront there. And it's adjacent to the Nautilus development project that's occurring as well. There's, again, opportunities with this site that may not be appropriate in other locations along Broadway, but it is a great tool specifically in this location. Again, just identifying this is the parcel as was noted. It includes really just the Winn-Dixie, the parking lot area that's south of that. It does not impact any of the existing shopping center there today, and certainly any development that's going to occur on this is not going to displace not one single existing commercial business, not one single existing resident on this property. Again, this is the city's northern gateway, and it's a closed Winn-Dixie. There's an opportunity here to do something very unique and special that can benefit certainly the entire city. So Mr. Sermons went through this. This is, again, a bit more relevant to ultimately the site plan, the uses that are approval, how the site functions and operates. But, you know, it is a mixed-use development, including the residential, the retail, the restaurant, the office, again, a fully mixed-use development. And we can touch on that even further when we talk about the site plan, which is the resolution that would come after this vote. I'm gonna jump to this slide, and obviously we've already heard some comments and concerns raised related to the public outreach component of this application. And I want to say, again, we understood the importance and quite frankly the scale of the request that we were bringing in front of this city, in front of this council from day one. You know, initial conversations started about this potential development back in 2021. When it was first brought in front of the CRA. We had been working behind the scenes, talking about the project, developing some plans so that we could present something to the CRA as an opportunity through a workshop. At the same time, we were developing a very extensive public outreach strategy. You know, and that's what this is really showing is we started that once we have had an application into the city and started the review process, we then reached out to the community. We did it not just by sending a mailer to 300 feet. We understand that a lot of people receive mail. They open it up, it goes in the garbage, they never even understood what it was about. We took a different approach, and our approach was we're gonna go knock on people's doors. We're gonna go door to door with a flyer, with a picture of the project, with some information about the project, introduce ourselves, and ask them to attend, you know, an open house. We did it too. We did equally across the board. We specifically targeted the Riviera Shores community because they're directly to our east. Then we specifically targeted the community that is to our west. And it's good that you have a map in front of you. We went from just so that everybody can understand. We actually physically went to 84 homes. If they knocked on their door, spoke to them, asked them questions if they were home. If they were not home, we left the flyer in their front door so they could, you know, immediately see it. It's not covered up in an envelope. It doesn't disappear. Asking them to attend a meeting. And on the west side, we actually knocked on, again, on 84 homes west of Broadway all the way to Avenue F, and then south of Silver Beach all the way down to 34th Street. Well outside of the boundaries of what a typical public notice of 300 feet would include. We hosted meetings that was specifically with Riviera Shores community. We did, again, on January 22nd was the date that we hosted one that was going to be specifically for the residents on the west side. After that door knocking, after providing the flyers, we had 2 people attend the meeting, none of which are here in this audience this evening. Understanding that, you know, again, it's a difficult process. We went through this. We've had a total of 5 different community meetings and engaged and certainly tried to address every concern that's been brought to us throughout this entire process. Not only did that's the public outreach component. As you are aware, this has been now in public hearings multiple times. So it went in front of the Planning and Zoning Board. It went to the CRA. It's been to you, the City Council, one time before. Each time the 300-foot radius notices were sent, as well as the yellow signs been placed on the property. updating everyone with the opportunity there. There was QR codes placed on letters that were sent so they could take a screenshot of the QR code, get the details of the application itself, reach out to staff. There's been many opportunities, and I understand that some people may not have fully engaged or understand it's a difficult process. But again, we've made every attempt through this application to be open, transparent, and provide as much information as we could to anyone who came to us. I think Councilwoman Lanier previously had asked one time, like, what is the feedback that you received through those meetings? You know, this is a summary of some of the specific components that have been discussed. They're right. We have been talking with the Riviera Shores community. That's not a bad thing. We've been talking with them because they engaged with us as well and had some specific concerns. Florida Power and Light, they were looking for some hardening opportunity. Let's be clear, we're not doing improvements within the Riviera Shores community. I think that was stated here earlier that we're paving roads. We're not paving roads. What we are doing, we're assisting them with the opportunity to move them up on the hardening schedule with Florida Power and Light. We have some relationships with Florida Power and Light. We've been trying to work with them to expedite their opportunity to potentially be undergrounded. We're not doing that improvement. We're assisting that community to move forward. Questions were raised about dewatering. That it's a process that happens when you're creating the foundations on a project. You have to pull the water out of the foundations that are created. That could potentially impact people's wells. They had a concern of that. So we've come up with a strategy that's outlined there on the screen on how we're going to address that as we move forward through the permitting process, so that they can be assured that that's not going to be impactful to them. That could be the same concern that a community on the west side of Broadway would have as well. And so we're addressing that. Enhanced traffic circulation, or the traffic. Traffic is certainly an item that's been raised throughout this community outreach process. You know, we've tried to explain, and I'll certainly explain it to the council when we talk about the site plan and how the graphics and how everything works. Silver Beach Road is going to get a complete overhaul in front of our project. There'll be lane expansions. That's a part of the traffic impacts. We have to, you know, that intersection needs improvements. We are going to be providing those improvements. We're going to adding both a northbound and a southbound turn lane to that intersection as you're headed west to really help with the circulation and flow along Silver Beach. Lakeshore Drive is going to get all new infrastructure, drainage, the water and sewer improvements that are going to occur around the building. Landscape, lighting, you name it, is being done, drainage improvements. We're creating a speed table along Lakeshore Drive because of the feedback we received from the neighborhood about the concern about Lakeshore Drive. And then lastly, I think one thing that should be noted is the construction impacts. And this was actually specifically commented on in the petition that was, all the petitions are identical. And they each indicated that we had not addressed their concerns related to noise or dust or traffic, and yet none of those folks had actually, we'd had an opportunity to speak to any of them, right? Even though we put our best efforts to do such. That being said, we have a strategy to address those items as well, right? We're doing we're creating a liaison that's not unsimilar to the same thing we did with the Nautilus project. I think there's many folks that live in and around Nautilus who would attest the fact that if they had issues, whether it be, again, scheduling of work that was happening along the right-of-way, dust that got on their car, noise issues, they had to contact. This is a local development. They're not going to New York and having to contact somebody. They're not going to Miami to contact somebody. These are folks that are right here, right next door to the development, and can be contacted. As was mentioned, there's a variety of criteria and policies that are related to the rezoning. As Mr. Sermons mentioned, they found that we were compliant with each of those and consistent with each of those, and as well as the criteria for the rezoning request. All of that documentation is in your backup through our justification statements. A lot of what I just told you about the community outreach is in the backup in our justification statement. We wanted to be, again, transparent and clear with every effort that we made through this process. We understand the relevance of this development and this project, not just to the neighbors that are next to it, but to the entire city. With that, I think I'd like to let Mr. Sam Bauer, Senior Vice President with Forest Development, have a few minutes as well.
Thank you.
I'm going to need you. Okay. Brian Terry will need to assist me. I'm Sam Bauer, the Senior Vice President of Development with Forest Development, and I brought a faulty device.
It's just a little too.
I apologize. Bear with us.
This is hurt.
I apologize for the delay. So I would like to address Ms. Wells and some of the comments that she made. So first of all, Ms. Wells recently provided me with a proposal, which we're going to show you in just a moment. As a matter of fact, we can pop that up right now. That was handed to me on Sunday.
Is this germane to the zoning?
Yeah, it's in direct relation to this project. Yes, sir.
And the petition has been filed.
Yes, sir.
She's representing the petitioners.
Okay.
This one?
Yes. It's PDF. There you go. So just go full screen on it. There you go. So as I said, this is in direct relation to this project, and it was hand-delivered to me on Sunday by her. And if you just go right to the last page, this is a $30 million proposal. It was stated during that dinner that I would need to engage her to obtain the support of the commission. Additionally, it's important that you know that a number of the contractors that she listed as being...
I would invoke point of order. This
Excuse me,
doesn't
sir?
seem to be germane to the zoning.
So that was the question that I asked, germane to the zoning. Attorney Nguyen, they want to present a
decision of hers, sir. A point of
And
order
I
is
wasn't
decided
asking
by
for a
the clerk.
decision, sir. I wanted to ask a question. And I recognize your point of order has been acknowledged. I would agree that this is not germane to the item,
Okay.
but I did have a question for Attorney Nguyen. Attorney Nguyen, the comment and the conversation that we're on is Ordinance 4263. We're talking about the rezoning currently. There was a question or concern that's previously, and petition was submitted. What is the process or the steps of having the applicant and the petitions speak on the record?
I think this is the issue that, Mr. Sermons, correct me if I'm wrong, that you and I spoke about earlier, that although some petitions were submitted, the ordinance requires at least a 7-day notice of an intent to participate in this process, if you will, and we have not received that notice. So whoever those petitioners are would not be able to be, I can't recall the correct word in the ordinance, is party interveners, because they did not submit the petition, the request to intervene within the 7-day period.
Thank you. So they would not be able to speak for that same time frame. They could just give public comment. So Mr. Bauer and the applicant, again, I agree with my colleague in regards to his point of order that this is not germane to our zoning item.
Okay.
Additional comments? Did you have any other applicants? Because I'm not sure what would be the intent of doing this proposal or showing this to the board. What was your purpose, sir?
So,
And it was just a question I wanted to kind of understand.
I wanted to clarify, again, make point what her
involvement is,
Well,
how
to that,
she
to
got
that point, the
involved,
germanity, I guess that's
you
my
know,
concern.
specifically in reference to the petition
So that's good. So her involvement or
and this project.
trying to say or discredit or provide whatever support reason, that's not germane to what we're talking about, and I wouldn't even want to take any interest in having that discussion as to a proposal that received from a private citizen. So I would completely be against it and support my colleagues' concerns. Additional comments in reference to the zoning, Mr. Bauer?
So additional comments in reference to the zoning, again, as our colleague, Mr. Terry, had stated, we have not and will not perform any work in the eastern neighborhoods. What we will do is, and have done, and continue to do, is assist them with FP&L, Florida Power and Light, in achieving their infrastructure enhancements. I earlier spoke with the gentleman who is one of the petitioners who spoke during public comment, and again assured him that we would gladly assist any of the adjacent neighborhoods in the same way, whether it's helping them understand their infrastructure, how to approach, whether it's the city or a utility provider or whatever the case. We would gladly offer to assist them in the same way that we've assisted the eastern neighborhood. And that applies to any of our neighbors. So it's important that council understands, the commission understands that. Also, there is a video in reference to the meeting that we had Monday, and that has been released to staff. I don't know that they've released it to you or not. I didn't know if it was appropriate to release it to all of you prior to the hearing, where all of the, I shouldn't say all of the, the petitioners that chose to attend were consented to being audio and video recorded. And I can assure you, and Mr. Thompson was actually one of the attendees of that meeting, that nobody left that meeting in opposition of the project. They left that meeting with concerns about their community and you know, how we might be able to assist them in addressing some of those concerns, but not in opposition to the project. It's important that you all know that. That's all I have, unless you have questions concerning the statements I've just made.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment, then we'll come back to questions from the board. Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
Thank
The first speaker will be Natasha Wells, followed by Margaret Shepard and Mark Thomas.
So first of all, let me clarify a few things for the record, because this is what developers like forest development like to do, and they come into our community and want to divide and conquer the community. First and foremost, the slanderous statement that was just made, that I have ever made any statements to the effect of what someone would need to do in order to get support from the board, is the most egregious and disgusting statement that I've ever heard from a developer. As a private business owner and a registered lobbyist, I have the ability to submit proposals on behalf of whoever it is that I am representing. That proposal had, because what they wanted to do is they wanted to skip all the way to the end. They wanted to get to the good stuff. What they skipped over is a request for the West Side, which, as staff told you, the West Side is actually whose petitions triggered this protest. And the folks that they have only had conversations with 48 hours ago, for the first time in over 3 years that they have been proposing this development. So the first couple of pages of that proposal actually stated that there was a request for $3 million for the residents on the West Side.
I invoke germanity all
Thank
the
you.
time.
In reference to your point of order is recognized.
146,
Please keep your,
Okay.
146 will have the time marked. Keep it germane, please, to the zoning. Thank you.
Absolutely. So in addition to their comments about their community outreach strategy, what they did not tell you is that their community outreach also included the intimidation tactics that they had today. They didn't tell you about going door to door, actually asking those same residents on the West Side to withdraw their petitions, with absolutely no explanation for the purpose of them making that request. Because what they recognized is that there are only 13 petitions that triggered this protest, 12 of which hit the 20% threshold. So they knew if anyone withdrew their petition, or if at least 2 individuals withdrew their petitions, it would take them underneath the threshold of the 3/4 majority that is required for this rezoning. What they're doing is absolutely ridiculous. And the mere fact, I don't have to tell you, they've said it themselves, they have offered nothing to the residents in Riviera Beach Shores. This is a $500 million project. See, the requests that I was making are requests that you should be making. These are requests for your community, for the people in Riviera Beach to make improvements to their homes. You've got houses in the Park Manor neighborhood that have not been improved in 50 years. And you have a developer coming into this neighborhood with a $500 million project, and they have made absolutely no concessions to any of the residents on the east side or the west side. But they didn't explain that to you. They talked about their community outreach strategy where no one showed up. So if your strategy is not working, you might want to revamp it.
The next speaker is Margaret Shepherd.
Mr. Chair, are we on 8B? Is that it? Rezoning?
Yes.
8B rezoning, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I've been to 5 meetings. When we had planning and zoning, I think it was like 10, maybe 10 people that was against this project. And they all slowly got up and left. I was the only one voted against it. Then you had another meeting. I attended that because I felt maybe I misunderstood what they were talking about. So I went to another meeting, still thinking I was a little blank upstairs. But by the 4th meeting, I understood. I don't understand we're at the fork of the road, and all of a sudden, I haven't heard about the petition. Maybe I better stop there. That we begin to hammer away. I was in the same meeting with Ms. Wells. I got no feeling she was so unhappy with this project. I don't get it. There was planning and zoning, and I said, when you're coming to come and lobby for these projects, there's a yellow sign out there. It's there at least, 30, 40 days? I'm not clear. And Mr. Thompson was right there, and he explained everything. What I'm upset about, Mr. Chair, the MEHOP program, you should have had Ms. Gaines explaining it, because that's what the residents are really upset about. What are we getting out of it? It's not what they're getting out, what we're all getting out of it. If there was a project, I know I was there 5 meetings. What happened? All of a day today, we want to stop it. We're at the fork of the road. We want to move the project. We need the taxes. And I was over there Saturday. I can't remember why I went. And I passed by, there again I sat and I looked at the project. And yes, I'm assuming it's going to be a large project. But my goodness, we have to start somewhere. And these people like blind deers, they don't understand about the rezoning. It should. We should start the rezoning process. We should start the process. It will affect me because coming out of Lakeshore Drive, I go past Publix, go around. My favorite spot is to hit so I can go to Silver Beach Road. I would be blocked off, so now what do I have to do? I have to make up my mind. Where am I going to go to make that turn? So we're here now. I am sad. I am overwhelmed. Five meetings I've been to. And you cannot make me believe you didn't hear about these meetings. Somebody said something, because we're in Riviera Beach and everybody talked about something. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Last speaker is Mark Thomas.
I'm hearing the classic bait and switch kind of deals going on here. And And my wife and I, we're settled citizens of this community, and we don't want to raise a ruckus about anything. But the process is what we're concerned about. The process, how it went down, how things are happening, and the reaction that we got from the developers were, no, you're not affected. But we're right across the street. And you have traffic, there's drainage issues. And I'm not saying they're responsible for it. They're not responsible for it. But if you're gonna put a multi-level project across from our house, then there's gotta be some extra drainage issues. There's gotta be some extra traffic. There's gotta be some other, there's just other things that are incorporated in that instead of just putting a $500 million, $300 million, whatever the cost it is, right across the street from us and say that there's nothing that, you're gonna do, or there's no impact on your community, and to stand before them, and they said, okay, well, your property is not an issue. It won't affect it. Well, even the Dollar General across the street from us affects things. And there's just a small store. And you have traffic issues, you have pollution issues, trucks running up and down that street all day. We've even had the city come out and repave a section of our road that they tore up during the process. And it's tearing up again. There's no sidewalks, there's no drainage, there's nothing. So we're concerned about that. It's not like we're trying to throw a monkey wrench in anybody's plans. We want to do that. We just want it to be fair. I heard a couple of the commissioners earlier talk about being fair. We just want to be fair. We're a small property owner, and we feel like we've been bullied right now. And my wife and I we haven't seen anything. We saw one girl came by one afternoon with a little leaf about this. She left it and she took off. We haven't seen anybody from their development. Nobody. And to say a sign was put out, we didn't see any of that. Nobody knocked on our doors. It's like they want to just push us to the side, do what they want to do, as usual, and nothing happens. So, with that, I'm through. I'm done. I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Board.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize Dr. Spiritus.
Right. Mr. Sermons, I believe the developer will be paying impact fees that the city will be getting on this project.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, impact fees would be due at the point of permit. Yes.
All right. Do you have an estimate of how much money that might be?
Before we discuss that, would that be germane, board members, to the zoning change? It's not, in my opinion. So, Dr. Spiritus, I know that's a good question because that's going to help that community and also with the opposition, but we want to keep it germane to the ordinance.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think it is germane. If anybody, the zoning ordinance is going to impact the entire area down Broadway, and if impact fees are going to solve problems that are being created by the change in the zoning, it's important that we know how we can resolve that issue.
But if we don't approve the site plan, the zoning, it wouldn't matter. So I understand the impact fees are...
Yeah, but if we do approve the site plan, it will matter.
So that's why it's a site plan discussion, not a
well, if we approve the zoning, it's going to have an impact.
There's no guarantee that the project will move forward with the zoning change. So the impact fees would not be relevant. So we want to just keep it relevant.
Well, the zoning change encourages developers to come and put in proposals. So if we know that there's going to be impacts, any project that you build along Broadway is going to have an impact.
And to that point, Dr. Spiritus,
we know we're rezoning the area. We know that there's going to be impacts as a result of that rezoning. So we need to know, as a board, and the community needs to know, if there's going to be impacts, are there going to be ways that we can handle those impacts from the rezoning change?
But to that point, Dr. Spiritus, doesn't the impact fee change with the type of development?
It's based upon, I believe, the cost of the development.
And that's
Mr.
a site
Sermon,
plan process,
to
so we
that
wouldn't talk about that now because it's gonna be different depending on, so we don't wanna make our decision relative to what the amount of impact fee we're getting for this project versus something else just because of zoning change. So again, I would like to keep it germane to,
Well, okay, so let's keep it germane. Mr. Sermons, can you tell us what the formula is for figuring out what impact fees are on projects?
so. Go ahead. Sorry, Dr. Spiritus, there was a point of order in regards to germanity about that as well. Go ahead.
The only reason I think it would be is because we allowed them to talk about the impacts or the lack of impacts that it would make on the community. And I think with asking this question, because I actually was going to ask it, because that did come up and we allowed that to be put on the table. And so I think it's important that we address it since it was brought up, and we didn't argue against them talking about it. So I think it is important for us to be able to talk, at least provide how that works, and if there is an estimate, how much it is. Because it was brought up numerous times about this project or the changing of the zoning impacting the community. So I think it's germane. I mean, we're not gonna have a whole long lesson on it, but I do think it needs to be stated as to the fact that there are impact fees that we collect at some point, and then how much that would be, and how and where that money goes, or how we route that money.
Sure. So let's resolve the point of order. I think it was raised. The debate was held by Councilman Spiritus. And is it your position that you sustain my point of order?
I would say that this is not germane to the item, and I would sustain the order.
Okay. So I would take Councilwoman Miller Anderson's position as an appeal, which is provided that the person that who's affected will appeal to the full board. Now, I'm very much convinced after hearing Councilperson Miller Anderson's statement. So, if it's Spiritus's position that the board rules on this point of order, I'm inclined to support it because she did make a compelling argument that they did speak directly to the impact. And I like to invoke these rules because I think it's important that we look at a project based on its merits. And quite frankly, Chair, I believe Councilwoman Miller Anderson's position is very valid and should hold a lot of credibility, considering that they did speak specifically about the impact. So yeah, I'm inclined to hear it, but I don't want it to be misconceived that our decision is based off of us receiving a certain amount of dollars, and I'm okay with that, Mr. Chair, hearing from staff.
And to that point, I would be inclined to understanding and hearing the calculations, because the dollar amount or what we're going to be generating from it would be concerning for me on this portion.
Sure.
So if we can discuss the calculation as a hypothetical, not relative to the site plan of this project. How do you calculate your impact fees?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The city has an adopted impact fee schedule that is based on uses. So in that schedule, which is always available online, it is broken up between residential dwellings, non-residential uses, office uses, medical, industrial, and others. And based on the square footage in some cases or the type of use, there is a rate that is assessed. The impact fees are related to fire, rescue, police, the parks impact fee, library impact fee, public buildings impact fee, and a road impact fee. And the schedule has a total for all of those as they apply to the development. So depending on the use, it could be per unit that this fee is assessed, or it could be by square foot, or it could be a flat rate based on the type of use. So that schedule is always on the city's website. And again, at the permit phase, that's when those impact fees and permit fees are assessed for any project.
And follow up to that, Mr. Evans, how are the permit fees then disseminated into the communities? I'm sorry, impact, what did I say? Impact fees.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
You're recognized.
Those fees would be most likely assigned to a capital project, but would be something that the board would see as part of the budget appropriation process or budget amendment process, whereby these funds can be allocated, because by law, they have to be spent to mitigate the impact as a result of the development.
So, layman's terms, those impact fees are going to go into the surrounding areas.
Sure, if I may.
You're recognized.
Yes, the map that was provided, the properties and the area within 500 plus feet, probably out to 1,000 plus feet, would definitely be the area of focus for investment of the impact fees.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, Dr. Spiritus, then Ms. Lanier, and then Ms. Miller-Anderson. Dr. Spiritus, you're recognized.
So this is basically what I was trying to get at, that there's going to be impact fees paid for certain impacts all along Broadway if we permit this type of zoning for roads, fire, police, library, etc., that the city council will have the ability to delegate those funds to assist the area being impacted. So I just wanted to make that clear to the city council before we make any decisions on the change of zonings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lanier, you're recognized.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, is that usually how it works in terms of impact fees, that it go to the neighborhood in which is affected by development? Because what I don't want to happen is that we say, yes, it goes to that particular neighborhood or that area, as you said, within 1,000 feet, but next June or July, when we're talking about the budget, we totally forget the neighborhood because we're not even thinking about that at that point. So I really want to know, how does that work in terms of making sure that the impact money that comes to the city is directed towards those communities most impacted by the development?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Ms. Evans.
Previously, the law has changed. It's been changed probably, I think, for well over 5+ years, maybe around that time, that it is a requirement for you to spend impact fees monies to offset any infrastructure or investments that are derived by the infrastructure project or the private development project. Because in the past, and the state legislature stepped in the past, what was happening is cities were utilizing that money in different parts of the community, and then the residents were saying, well, we were the ones that are dealing with whatever the impact of said development is. So that would be part of coming before you when it comes to capital projects, and we show the capital funding and the capital stack. That's something that we would have to be able to get concurrence from development services and finance and be able to have it legally defensible that this is the impact fees associated with this project, and this is why it's going in this particular region of the community. So you can't utilize it for, anything. You have to look at it, project specific and area specific.
Okay, I have some other questions, but I'm not sure where to ask them. There were 3 other issues that I had in regards to having the conversation with the residents. The other one was the MEHOP in terms of the job potentiality, and then the other one was the outcome of the MEHOP, meaning affordable housing for the city. So where do I put those in this scenario?
Mr. Chair, if I may. During the site plan presentation, I will give an overview of the requirements of MEHOP that apply to this presentation, a high-level one, and I believe it would address the majority of those questions.
Okay, very good.
Ms. Miller-Anderson, you're recognized.
What I was going to say was what Mr. Spiritus said. So just making the point that we're talking about impact fees and the whole scenario we just went through. I wanted that to be very clear as to the fact that that does happen, and that could address a lot of the issues that have been brought up in regards to the roads and different things such as that in that area. So we just wanted to make sure that was clear and that it was understood as to what is done. But the other thing I wanted to know was about the traffic study. Was there a traffic study done, and how does it impact the homes on the west side of Broadway? Was that taken into consideration when they did the traffic study? Or was it just the east side?
The traffic is covered in the site plan presentation as
Okay.
well. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it was brought up, so that's why I'm bringing it up here, because we allowed it the first time.
For the record, Kurt Thompson, Principal Planner. Mr. Chairman.
Recognize.
Thank you, sir. They have their engineer, he's in the audience. They did submit a traffic study, I saw it. They also submitted a traffic performance standards letter signed by Quasi Bari of the Palm Beach County Traffic Division. The engineer that well, I know him as Brian. I forgot Brian's last name, but Brian is in the audience, and he can give any additional comment regarding the traffic study in terms of details.
Okay, thank you.
Additional comments from the board? My only question was for the petition. The only thing that changed between first reading and second reading was the petition that was submitted. And in turn, after the petition was submitted, there was a community conversation that happened as of Monday. Could we address what was the outcome of the community conversation? And maybe the applicant, or I'm not sure if staff was there, but possibly the applicant.
Mr. Chair, yes.
You're recognized.
There was a meeting, Monday staff did attend. I can provide some comments related to that, and I'll turn the mic over to Principal Planner Thompson.
Thank you.
Again, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I did attend the community meeting on Monday evening. There were approximately 10 to 11 community folks, and the applicant did have his staff there. The traffic engineer, his name is Brian Kelly. I remember he's with Simmons and White. There were questions about traffic. Brian did answer some of those questions because that seemed to be one of the main concerns was traffic circulation, and to a certain extent noise. And then Brian left after about 15, 20 minutes. He spoke and answered questions. And the meeting went on till about 7 o'clock. The questions that were asked by the applicant made a presentation. Brian Terry made the presentation. Mr. Bowers was there. The owner of Forest Development, he was also there. There were other staff members from the development team that was there to answer any questions. I did not get any feel for opposition, but nor did I get any feel for support for the project either. It was mainly I would say a question and answer period to try to get more information, more than anything. It was a exchange of question and answering for the duration of that meeting.
Okay. Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
9A.
Item 9A, Ordinance 4275, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a city-initiated comprehensive plan amendment on behalf of the Riviera Beach Utility Special District, amending infrastructure element policies 1.2.5, 1.61, 1.62, 1.6.8, 1.8.1, and 1.8.2. The Intergovernmental Coordination Element Policy 1.3.1 and associated addendum of the city's comprehensive plan, providing for applicability, conflict, severability, and qualification, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
So
So move.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I would ask that Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation, but there has been no changes and modifications from first reading, and staff recommends approval on second and final reading.
Since I'm the acting chair, he's distracted. Mr. Evans, this is first reading.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. It's a little misleading because this is not the first time you have heard the water supply facilities plan of the Riviera Beach Utility Special District. So this is before you for the first time on first reading for City Council, but you have reviewed it as the Utility Special District Board. Again, for the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the city. I am here bringing forth the application of the Riviera Beach Utilities Special District to amend the city's comprehensive plan to bring it into consistency with the recently approved water supply facilities plan that was adopted by the Utility Special District. Our comprehensive plan, as you may be aware, has a section, an element related to infrastructure, and water, of course, is prominent in it. Now that there is a new water supply plan adopted by the city and the district, it is appropriate now to update the comprehensive plan to reflect that water supply plan as an appendix, and also update any policies within the comprehensive plan to reflect the information within that plan and associated with what the city will do moving forward to supply water to its growing population. Development Services worked with the utility district for this amendment. However, for the information within it and why it's important, why it should be updated, I will introduce the presenters who are with the consultant team of the Utility Special District, Mr. Hisham Mohsen and Mr. Nigel Grace, who are present virtually. Hisham, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Hisham Mohsen. First of all, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Council members. It is an honor for me to be here representing Brown and Caldwell, and also we will step through the goals, objectives, and policies for the potable water system. So this is focusing on the text amendment that was included in the water supply facilities work plan that was approved by the board members about, I think, on October 16th meeting. So that was presented by Mr. John Armstrong, the senior utility engineer. So today we're going to focus only on the text amendment. Let me see if I can. So the goals, I believe you have seen this slide before when we presented before the board, but this is basically the goal of this approval for the amendment and text changes is basically so that the city of Riviera Beach can be qualified to apply for alternative water supply grant. So in order for that to happen, there is a requirement for the adoption of the work plan by the local government, which was done before on October 16. And the next step, where we are right now, if you can see my laser pointer here, is for the comprehensive plan over here. They must adopt the comprehensive plan that includes the work plan. So for today, we're going to step through, slide by slide, basically the changes that or the proposed text amendments that was we have worked together with the state regulator, which is South Florida Water Management District, to make sure to understand what they were trying to have as updated in the comp plan or text amendment for the policies and objectives.
Sure.
You recognize Councilman McCoy.
So pardon the interruption. I just want to make sure that I understand that this is ministerial and all utility supply companies have to comply with this, Mr. Sermons, that is a part of the once every 10-year comprehensive plan update?
That is correct. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So how long is your presentation? Because I think if this is, mandated, then I don't know that I really have the desire to see all the nuances.
Uh-huh. I expect about 10, 15 minutes.
10,
Is that too
15
long?
minutes for what?
For to go through we're not going to go through the the details of it. I'm going to say the nature of the changes, and I believe you have the Exhibit A in front of you, printed by Mr. Sermons. So that basically shows you the exact changes, but it's the same content that we're trying to present here. But I'll give you the overview, so when you look at the exact changes, you know exactly why we're doing this, and what was asked by the state for us to change the specific policies.
Right, but my question is, didn't we already approve this on the utility district side in terms of adopting the actual plan? And we're codifying this into an ordinance, correct? To be...
Yeah.
Okay, so I appreciate your thoroughness, but I mean, we've seen this 111-page report from Brown and Caldwell, but sir, we don't have 10 minutes, we don't have 15. I think you're probably at about a minute.
Okay.
That's my position, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board in reference to the additional presentation?
I mean, we've seen this already.
I know, but I just want to see if the board is inclined to agree with my colleague, which I agree as well, so.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus.
I agree.
We have seen the presentation, colleagues, and I wasn't sure. We do have a couple more items we want to get through tonight, so. Board members? Ms. Lanier?
We could call the vote.
Ms. Miller Anderson? You want to see it again? It's got to be unanimous. Otherwise, we do not want to keep it from anyone.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, I don't. No, I mean, if it's the same and there are no changes, then I'm fine with it.
I think it's because it's on
it's
first.
ordinance on first reading,
It's because
right?
it's on first reading, but
Chair, I don't think it was really explained very clearly, but we took this item up as a part of the utility district. So part of the regulatory requirements is that it's codified into ordinance. Is that correct, Mr. Evans?
He's the same one that did the presentation the first time? He's the same guy?
Well, we didn't go through a 15-minute presentation the first time, but the report that's contained in is what we've approved on utility district side already. So I think he's summarizing the 111-page report.
It's 17 slides.
Yeah, but that's based off of the 111-page report that we...
So can he just give the highlights, like the main
Sure,
highlights? No, and I'm not saying the 10 or 15 minutes, just what does he want the public and the board to know from these 17 slides?
And let me tell you, since we're on that, right, there is no way that I'm about to endure what we did last month. There's no way.
What did we do last month?
4.5 hours of utility district updates. Like, I'm not about to relive anything about water consumption. If this is ministerial, we're not really at an option. We've already reviewed it. It's just...
Can he take a minute and a half and tell us what is very important that he wanted to get across out of his 17 slides?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized.
Right, thank you very much. So I'm going to just go over here. Let me see. So within the work plan, there is a last section here. It's Appendix C or Exhibit A, which what is presented before the board, like in a hard copy. Basically, what we're saying here is there are two parts. There is a part where we, the board members approve the work plan, which was done before, and there is a part where this needs to be adopted into the comp plan, which anything, like the proposed tax amendment, which has been included here, this is basically the focus of today's ordinance 4275. And I can give the brief, basically what we're changing. Will not have any new obligation to the city, but rather to specify, to clarify, and to inform mainly to the state regulator on basically what the plan for the city or utility special district in terms of getting water supply, which they're basically responsible for that. And, when you look over the Exhibit A, basically those are the changes. It's not adding any new obligation. And the adoption the approval for this ordinance is necessary for the city to apply for the South Florida Water grant funding. And that's basically it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards?
Mr. Chair, we have one public comment card.
Thank you.
Ms. Mary Brown.
Here, Brown, Riviera Beach, I totally agree. We've already gurgitated all of this 4 hours previous in our last meeting here. But I would like to, he made mention about, I read it, the appendix for the potable water system. And I think he did a little highlighting there so that you all can tap into that. Those critical elements that are there, they are critical to make sure that all of this is on target because it is much needed for our water plant here. And we want to move on this as speedily as possible, but with the correct things that are put in place. And this comprehensive plan is in conjunction to what is to be designated in we getting this amendment to this addendum here for our utility district. So it is there. It is definitely there. So I would like, as a resident, and I'm sure that every resident that hear me, we want it moved, and we want it moved properly because we want water, because water is life, and we want our plant built. So every means possible, let us think, put on our thinking paralysis, and let's work this for the good of this city. And I'm going to use someone, other departments that are trying to move things within our neighborhoods as well. Mr. Clark and his staff for coming into the communities to help see what is there so that they can help also rebuild and build and take out the things within our communities. That's Mr. Clark and his staff. I think they are from the Public Works Department, and Mr. Sherman and his staff as well. So we're not going to labor with this. We're going to move this here so that we can get our utility district on the move, and the comprehensive plan is a part of setting everything in motion. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lanier? Chair Pro Tem McCoy? Councilperson Miller? Okay, Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Item 11A.
Item 11A, resolution number 124-24, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a special exception in the Harbor Planned Unit Development request at a site plan request from Silver Beach Road Partners LLC for the Oculina mixed-use development to include 399 condominium residential units plus or minus 9,680 square feet of retail plus or minus 17,000 120 feet of restaurant, and plus or minus 11,000 square feet of office space with a parking garage on approximately plus or minus 3.385 acres of land, generally located at 3700 Broadway, providing for the condition of approval, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, I do have public comment cards for this item. The acceptance of the cards is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you repeat the acreage again? Because I think you said 3.35.
Plus or minus 3.385 acres of land.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans. Is there a second? Moved by Miller Anderson, second by Lanier. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Again, this item is the site plan resolution associated with the Oculina project that has been extensively discussed tonight. There are, as you are already aware, multiple moving parts with this project. So in the beginning of this presentation, I'll yield to Principal Planner Thompson to give you an overview of the site plan and its contents and what is proposed in this project. And then I will close the presentation with just a status of where we are in this full development entitlement process and the next steps, including the MIHOP agreement. And so without further ado, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be rather quick, Mr. Chairman and board members, because you pretty much have heard the case already. So pardon me if I move too fast, slow me down on the presentation here. You have here the site plan. You have seen and you've heard from the clerk description of the project. The red dot here that you see here is the project location. This particular slide shows the location of the subject property. This is Broadway here, Silver Beach Road on the north, and Lakeshore Drive here on the east. And the area shaded in blue is the subject property. The request from the applicant is to build a mixed-use project that you have all heard. The lot size, as you heard, Mr. Vice Chair, was 3.385 acres, the parcel number. The current zoning is downtown general, and the land use is downtown mixed use. You have a photo here of the proposed site plan that you have here, looking from 40,000 feet up and looking down on the subject property. This is the proposed landscape plan that you see here. What I basically want to show you is that along this area here, along the east side, this is the civic open space. That's a requirement in the IAC PUD that talks about landscaping, a meandering sidewalk, and some amenities to allow for public use of this public space. You have something similar over here, except here is required by the IAC PUD. What you have here is the proposed elevation looking from the north side. This is Silver Beach Road, this is Broadway here, and then of course this is the Intracoastal. Again, along the west side of the property, this is Broadway here, this is Silver Beach Road, this is the access that they're proposing to go from Broadway across the Lakeshore Drive that the applicant has spoke to you all about earlier in the evening. Again, this is another elevation shot of the subject property from the Intracoastal area here. This is Lakeshore Drive looking south. This area here is Silver Beach Road. This is the landscape buffer I was telling you about earlier that is required under the IAC PUD for civic open space. This is a green. Under the zoning code, under 31-538, it talks about the requirement for different landscape open space areas, and the applicant has chosen a green area here, which has the meandering sidewalks and other things. The idea here is to soften the impact of this project to the residential area, and so this is why that's the reason for the landscape green, following the code on the 31-538. Community benefits, as you see here, the linear park, civic open space that I spoke about. You have here the reconstruction of the Lakeshore Drive with curb gutters and sidewalks, and a speed table that the applicant will be installing. The installation of Palm Tram bus shelter, and contributions to the city's housing trust fund, which would be approximately $4,935,000. And then there's the minority employment for construction. That too is a part of the MEHOP that you all heard mentioned earlier. MEHOP, as you know, is two parts to it. There's the employment and then there's the housing option. Staff's review of the application shows that it meets these different objectives and policies within the comprehensive plan. Staff reviewed the application. We've indicated that it does meet all of these particular requirements regarding the comp plan. As Mr. McCoy mentioned earlier, the comp plan amendment was just for the comp plan only, and the comp plan was to synchronize the FAR, so it is both 5.0 in the zoning code, but also 5.0 in the comp plan as it relates to IAC PUD uses only. Okay. This is a letter that from the CRA that on July 24, 2024, it was found to be consistent with the CRA Community Redevelopment Plan. And here you have the community outreach. I did attend, as I've said before, this meeting on November 4, but there were 4 other subsequent meetings, plus other outreach activities that the applicant has outlined in the backup that you all have. And as Mr. Sermons has indicated, there were 3 in support and 3 opposed, with the city receiving the petitions petitioning the rezoning. This public notice was issued regarding this particular project. The property was posted, and mails were sent to all those property owners within a 300-foot radius, as according to 31-4 of the zoning code. And that concludes my portion of the presentation for the site plan. I will turn over to my director, Mr. Sermons.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. And this, as was stated earlier, this is one of the most complex projects and largest scale projects that have been submitted to the city in several years, and Mr. Thompson has done a great job serving as project management for this. And again, I just want to give a quick overview of the full process that has been taking place with this one and some additional details. So again, the project submittal a little over a year ago took place. And then immediately following that was the staff review and approval. And again, that is staff from multiple city departments as well as local and regional agencies that took a look at this project. After those approvals, the item went to the public hearing phase for consideration. First was the Planning and Zoning Board this past summer, followed by the CRA Board, and then City Council first reading. Since first reading, as you know, portions of this project did need to have outside review by the state, which was satisfied. And then now we're here for adoption. And as you know, the 2 ordinances associated with this were just adopted earlier tonight. And then the final stage is to finalize the development agreements that are required by the MEHOP ordinance. To talk a little bit more about MEHOP.
Mr. Sermons, you recognize Pro Tem.
Oh, I didn't know I was. You was back.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
sorry.
Chair.
I apologize. You're still the chair.
Oh. Well, I guess, Mr. Simmons, how long can we expect? We got a few minutes before 10, and we need to extend if you're going to be long-winded.
I believe I have 3 slides.
Okay,
And-
well,
Mhm.
can we temporarily postpone your item, and then is there a motion to extend the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Indefinitely. Until we complete the agenda.
Madam Clerk, when you're ready to poll the board.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy? Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're back on with you, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as you are probably aware, the majority of you were in your seats in 2022 when the MEHOP ordinance was amended. Previously, the ordinance only required the developer to commit to one employment or housing to be eligible for the bonus. This board pushed that both of them be applicable, and for that reason, this project is going to have significant impacts in meeting the requirements of that ordinance. So based on the amended requirements, the developer must provide 2 things in exchange for the additional density bonuses. The first is a contribution to affordable housing for the city, and that can be in the form of constructing those units or contributing to the city's housing trust fund. The second is participation in the minority employment program. So as it relates to the first item, Section 26-8 of the code provides a table that dictates the calculation for the housing trust fund contribution. For the IHC PUD bonuses, the calculation is number of bonus units times 0.5 times $105,000. In the case of the Oculina project, they have 5 floors of bonus units. In those 5 floors, there are 93 units. So multiplying 93 times 0.5 times 105,000, the contribution amount is $4,935,000. As it relates to the second obligation is participation in the minority employment program. According to the ordinance, the requester must satisfy at least one of the employment component options, which are listed here. In this case, the applicant has elected to satisfy A, which requires them to employ at least 20% of its workforce on the construction of the project for minority groups during the duration of construction.
Sermons, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Thank you. Go back to that, Mr. Sermons. I'm gonna save most of my questions, but you said they have the option of selecting just one
That's
component.
correct.
Okay. And you said the party requesting the bonus, they've selected number 1, which is 20% of the part-time and full-time general labor from minority groups.
That's correct.
So that could be flag wavers on the side of the street?
Any employees associated with the construction site, yes.
Any employees? So you're talking about all the employees from the construction site?
That's correct.
20% of them have to be. So it's not just flag waivers, it can also be the GC contractors, the tilers, the drywallers, the electricians, all of them have to be 20% from minority groups.
That's correct.
Have we defined them what minority groups are?
The ordinance does that, yes, and it was updated when the ordinance was amended in 2022.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to save some of my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Simmons?
So according to Section 26-6 of the code, the developer has submitted a draft MEHOP agreement. The city attorney's office, as well as the legal team for the developer, has been in discourse over the past several weeks regarding the MEHOP agreement. My understanding that it is very close to being to a point where all sides are resolved and satisfied. And as we have done with previous MEHOP agreements, in your future council meeting, that document would be brought to this board for approval. The site plan conditions associated with the resolution before you today, conditions that no construction permits may be issued for this project until the MEHOP agreement is approved and executed with the city. So again, back to that process that we spoke of before, once the site plan is approved, the developer has a project, they will then be required to finalize the development agreement, which shows how that project will be staffed to satisfy the employment portions of the project, as well as how they will satisfy the housing part. So the ordinance itself is very prescriptive in terms of the responsibilities of the developer and the minimum components of that agreement. This board has reviewed and approved a MEHOP agreement prior to this one, so it will not be the first one, and that agreement will be brought to you soon if and when this item is approved. And with that, that is the conclusion of the staff presentation, and we recommend an approval of this resolution for site plan SP 23-0022 with the proposed conditions.
Members, questions? Or
Mr. Chair? The MEHOP component, Mr. Sermon.
And I apologize, Mr. Chair, if I may. The applicant is here and prepared to present as well.
Well, before we hear from the applicant, Mr. Lawson, is it your question to the presentation? Because I want to ask a question before we go to the applicant.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's in reference to the presentation.
You recognize?
Thank you. The MEHOP component that you addressed, which is the language that we've done before. We've done, I believe, one other MEHOP application, and this will be our second one. Is that accurate?
Within the past 4 years, yes.
Okay, so this is going to be only our second MEHOP application, so this is actually a very big deal, colleague. So concerning with that section 26-6, minority employment component, Ms. Sermons, do you have that available to pull up? It's in reference to the application for the MEHOP and the bonus density. I think we spoke about this in my agenda review.
Yes, I do have the ordinance in front of me.
Thank you, sir. If you could pull it up for my colleagues, it's the prior to project site plan approval. The party applying for the bonus shall submit a minority participation plan for council approval, as per administrative procedures. The minority participation plan must include at least the minimum, and it's listed 1 and 2. Now, Ms. Sermons, what is the intent of the MEHOP?
The intent, I will read it exactly from the ordinance. The provisions of this chapter are enacted to effectuate the following purposes: decrease unemployment by encouraging the hiring of minorities in the construction industry, including minority businesses, skilled and non-skilled labor and professionals. 2, provide a means of increasing the supply of affordable, attainable, and workforce housing in the city. 3, encourage revitalization of the downtown, particularly mixed-use development. And 4, accomplish the objectives of this section through the use of a voluntary program utilizing zoning-related incentives in various zoning districts throughout the city.
Now, colleagues, as we've been very clear that we want to make sure we have provided opportunities for local minority women businesses to benefit, this is going to be our #1 priority. Mr. Evans, I'm going to ask again and state for the record about my disparity study, if we can bring that up in your comments at the end. But this is a concern that I've had in regards to local participation. I want to make sure that we're very clear with our intent. As stated in this code, it says submitted for council approval. Mr. Sermon, in your understanding that you're supposed to provide a copy of the MEHOP to the council for approval, but in the last situation where we approved it, I believe that it was approved after the site plan.
Yes, that's correct.
If the intent is what you just read to us, how can we approve it after the site plan?
Well, the ordinance is structured such that it's submitted before, but it wouldn't be approved until afterwards, because the applicant wouldn't have an approved project before the site plan is approved. But I believe the contemplation behind that is because these agreements have so many moving parts, that it should be submitted and in the works even before the site plan is approved.
Okay, well then that means we need to work on our code, because the language in clear states that prior to project site plan approval. So if you could pull up the code for my colleagues to see, that'd be appreciated. Because then we need to make an amendment to this code if we're going to follow the code.
My computer here is not connected to the screen. Were you trying to get it on the projector here?
Well, all my colleagues have access to the internet, so it would be section 26-6, minority employment component. Section E, Attorney Nguyen, if you could opine on this, I know you guys spoke about this and that you would agree that the site plan approval, as stated in the code, is not, I guess, necessary prior to submission or approval of the council. If you could just kind of clarify.
Right, we discussed this a few times earlier this week, and it's been staff's position and my position that as long as it was submitted, the staff will then go through the administrative procedures and then bring it to council for approval, and that's what we did with the prior project, the only other project we've had. We also discussed the fact that because we're having this discussion about the interpretation, if there's a question like that, my position is always that there should be some clarity. And so at some point soon, we can bring back an ordinance amendment that would clarify or better, we can draft this better. It was our understanding when we drafted this that the way we're doing it now is the way it should be done. But because we've been receiving questions and there are at least two interpretations of this section E, that we need to clear it up.
Thank you, and that is my concern, but we can address that further, but it's just the code is either poorly written or the interpretation differs based upon my opinion and what staff's opinion, and because we've only done it one other time, we have a lot of development coming down the pipeline. We cannot make any missteps with what we're doing, especially when it comes to minority participation. So I want to make sure every step is clearly documented because we have partners at the table that are going to be investing $500 million into the community. So with this project, we want to make sure that they're seeing the work that we're doing, plus every other development is seeing that we're going to do it the right way on every component of it. So I don't want to change it later on because my interpretation is that we approve it prior to site plan approval as I read it clearly. But if your intent is to approve it after we've approved site plan approval, then I think we need to amend this. I have additional comments for later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. Thank you, Councilman Chair Lawson. So you bring up an absolute valid point, and I don't want to go too far into this because I'm inclined to support what you're saying because this is, I'm not sure whose interpretation that was, but this is clear, and there's nothing about an interpretation. In fact, for those that actually, I heard Ms. what's her name, came up and said about what we need to rely on the attorney for. Let me tell you something. Laws and statutes are written in plain language. Its application in most cases are in plain language. It does get complex in some cases, but this is absolutely clear. And I'm not going to support this. In fact, we don't have this discretion, Ms. Nguyen. So what about letter E was subject to so much interpretation? Prior to project site plan approval, the party applying for the bonus shall submit a minority participation plan for council approval. I don't know what needs to be interpreted because that's clear. It can't be any clearer than that.
And we added the language as per administrative procedures. That completes the sentence. And our interpretation of that, meaning staff's, has been that the developer or the applicant submits the project to the staff. The staff has to go through and make sure that everything complies with MEHOP and what the city would want. Then we submit it for council approval. But they just have to submit it to the staff so that staff can evaluate it. And then, right, that's been the interpretation and that's how we followed it last time. But the fact that we have to actually explain it means that we can clear it up.
Okay, so did they submit it?
They submitted it, but it is not in final form because again, there was some language that we needed to work out and staff still has to evaluate it.
Okay, members, can we suspend our comments and go to public comments?
We also have to hear from the applicant. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Thank you. The applicant was supposed to do a presentation as well, and I believe a key component is the MEHOP. And that's why I wanted to address this before going into it, because if the negotiation, conversation, and discussion is not complete, whatever they present tonight can also change based upon not having an approved MIHOP agreement. So those are what the concerns I had now going into their applicant's presentation. Go ahead, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. But before we do that, let me jump back to something Mr. Kurt Thompson spoke of. Can we clarify a couple questions on your presentation portion before we change slides? Not that you need to go back, but I want to ask about the linear parking. Can you remind me, members or staff, what was the first MIHOP we approved? I mean, we know we only met like every week of 2022 and 2023. What was the first MIHOP it was referred to that we already passed one MIHOP project?
The first was the Celeste on the Trail project.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Celeste on Military Trail and Leo Lane? Okay, gotcha. So the linear park, you referred to, Mr. Thompson, in one of your slides. And I guess my question is, I think I remember when we first talked about the MIHOP and incorporating that into the IHCPUD, and this may be a question that's more appropriate for Mr. Sermon, since I think he was very instrumental when we first started these discussions. But Singer Island Gateway, I believe, gave us a site plan proposal which included a civic open space, and that was the former location of the Singer Island Yacht Club. But what does that mean, a civic open space? Because when I look through the code, there's really not a definition of that per se. And what does it mean to be a linear park? I think we might want to be careful with that kind of terminology in our presentation, because with this new homelessness bill that came through the legislature, I don't want someone's civic open space to be a campground. And what does that mean? Who has the responsibility? Do they convey the property to the city as part of right-of-way? Like, I don't understand what that means. And I think we need to make sure that we're understanding that before doing it. Even though it's a part of IHCPUD, I just want to make sure that I understand what to expect, because, you know, Broadway US 1 is already lit, and I don't want it to be, you know, an open space for somebody to now come and set up a campsite, and well, technically it's not public space, it's really private space, and I think we need to be clear. It needs to be clear.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So civic open space is a requirement of the code. It is not exclusive to IHCPUD. It is a requirement of the downtown zoning districts. So there are about 5 or 6 downtown zoning districts, and projects of scale within those districts are required to provide some type of civic open space. In the section related to civic open space in Chapter 26 of the Land Development Code, it gives the developer options of how they want to satisfy it. One is a square, a park, a green is the type that this development elected to utilize. A green is effectively a linear park. However, it's described and defined in the code as a strip of land that goes the length of a block, which is what this development is providing. So a linear park was used in this presentation to be a less, a more layman term, but the technical term in our code is a green, and that's what was provided in this. So apologies if that term threw things off for the presentation.
Can I clarify? I guess when you say civic open space, I don't live there. I don't know what the address would be, whatever, 37, whatever it is, Silver Beach Road. I don't live there. But am I entitled to go there at all hours of the day and night because it's an open space, civic open space? Is this a public space or is it still private space? That's what I want to understand.
It is both. So it is still private property, owned and maintained by the development. However, it is placed in an easement with the understanding that it has to remain accessible to the public. And the intention behind that is, in the majority of times in developments like this, it's only accessible to those who are fortunate to live in such a development. However, in our downtown code, there's a requirement for civic open spaces, so our broader community can still enjoy our downtowns to some extent. And in the case of this project, there's a green, which is effectively a linear park that allows persons to walk through, enjoy this development, walk their dogs, and enjoy the landscaping as an amenity to the community as well as the development. So that's the intention behind the civic open space, but it is still maintained by the developer, owned and maintained by the developer, and we do extensive staff reviews to review things such as SEPTED policies against these types of spaces to make sure that police doesn't have any concern about it creating future issues with the types of activities that they monitor. So that's a little more detail on the civic open space part.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. That's exactly what I was looking to hear because I can see that that'll be a problem already. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Can we hear from Silver Beach Road Partners, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Pro Tem, Council, Mayor, and staff. Leah Gaines for the record. Very happy that you brought the questions up, Chair Lawson. Just so that you have accurate information, the team submitted the MEHOP written agreement to the staff on August 2nd of this year. And at the first hearing, we were prepared to do a presentation so that you could be updated as to what was in that particular draft. Your attorney has mentioned that they're still working on some language, but what I'd like to do tonight is actually give you the highlights of that written agreement so that everybody is on the same page. And I want to start by saying thank you and commending you, the City Council, for really taking a lot of your deliberations inside Vision 2030 and some of your other strategic planning sessions about community benefits agreements and actually taking a policy and codifying that into your MEHOP ordinance. So to begin, as mentioned earlier, the purpose of the MEHOP is to decrease unemployment by encouraging the hiring of minorities and minority businesses, provide a means of increasing the supply of workforce housing in the city, and finally to encourage revitalization of the downtown, particularly with mixed-use development. Okay, thank you. As mentioned also by Mr. Thompson earlier, there are two major components or sections of your MEHOP ordinance. One is the economic benefits, and the other pertains to workforce housing or affordable housing. You'll see here that the developer in this case has opted to do a pay, which would qualify for approximately $4,936,000, which would be contributed to your housing trust fund. However, the developer is committed to providing housing, actually making that commitment to bring it online. But of course, we've got to make sure that we have a backstop if we are not successful in identifying and acquiring the land in a timely manner. And here is the actual section of the ordinance. I know it's very hard to read, Mr. Chair, but this is the actual 26.6 of the Minority Employment and Affordable Housing Opportunity Program. This is the minority employment component. And I wanted to have this here because earlier this evening there were some statements that were made that we can use this to clarify it. If you look at that last section, section F, that is the part of the ordinance that governs our requirements to meet employment and housing needs that you are putting forth in this ordinance. And that says that projects that are requesting bonuses in the form of additional condo, hotel, or rental units must satisfy one of those four components in 26.6B. And those four options are hiring 10% of your workforce on the construction from a certified apprenticeship or pre-apprenticeship program in the state of Florida that's in the city of Riviera Beach first, and if not in the city of Riviera Beach, then in Palm Beach County. The other component is to actually contract with 8 minority professionals. The other component option is to contract with individuals to provide supplies to the project in the area of 5 subtrades. And last but not least, the one that we chose is that we would employ on the job site at least 20% of part-time and full-time general labor from minority groups. But what we did was we took it up a notch. Your question about general labor, whether or not it was just simply a flag man or somebody directing traffic, we also are including semi-skilled trades and workers. And we chose that option because we felt it had the widest impact, meaning it was going to actually benefit the most people by your residents in the city of Riviera Beach, with a preference for minority residents and local residents first. And also because of the other three options, we're going to be using those options as a mechanism to accomplish that goal. So how will we do that? We're going to do that, and it gets to the second component of the minority participation plan. Earlier tonight, it was mentioned that there was not a minority participation plan. There's actually a section in the written agreement of a minority participation plan. And that plan must have a reporting component of how the employment is going to be tracked throughout the construction project, and also an affirmative marketing component, which basically says, how are you going to target Riviera Beach residents? Now, this isn't the first MEHOP program that you've been before you, as mentioned, but I'm going to brag and say to you, this is the first one with such accountability measures that are really going to drive the outcomes that you're looking for. And that is, when you drive by sites, you're going to see your residents working there. And you're going to see Black residents working there. And you're going to see Hispanic residents working there, because we're going to give them priority. And we're calling this our First Source Hiring Initiative. By first source, we mean people don't have to come to us. We're going to them first. And people don't have to be last to be hired, because we know those people that live in many zip codes around the city, well, there is one zip code, many areas around the city, are really the last to be hired, because they're oftentimes the last to even hear about it. And so we're going to be using and employing all of these affirmative marketing tactics in marketing and advertising and outreach. We're not just going to be doing your traditional marketing and advertising and outreach. We're also going to be going to churches. We're going to post these things in bulletins. We're going to neighborhood associations. We're going to be providing in-person presentations. And we're also going to be using your program partners in the city. Number one, your pre-apprenticeship program of the Youth Empowerment Center. You have right here in the city a program that the city actually does leadership training and helps young people from high school up to 21 and over to attain a GED, and you do that here at your library. The second part of that is those young people go to North Tech and they receive technical training in the areas that are these semi-skilled areas: welding, carpentry, electrical trades, as well as HVAC trades. And these young people also get what's called NCCER credentialing. That credentialing means they are OSHA trained in first aid. They also get aerial lift certification and forklift certification. And the NCCER, which let me read that, National Center for Construction, Education, and Research, really is the national standard. It's the state of the art for safety regulations and procedures on construction sites. So your young people coming out of those programs are going to be the first individuals that we go to offer these jobs. Also, your reentry program. Forest Development is a second chance employer, and they've made a commitment that these will be our partners when we will be reaching out to them. So we're also using mechanisms such as document tracking, and we're going to be coding applicants by where they live and
Chair,
their race.
Excuse me.
You're recognized.
So, thank you, Ms. Gaines.
Yes.
And I appreciate it. But let me just stop you. So, I just spoke to Ms. Wynn. She did acknowledge that staff apparently did get the submittal, but I'm not sure what you're doing here. While I really want to hear this, we're at the site plan. If you comply with the code, and I think this was the question that Chair Lawson said, was we shouldn't be hearing final approval until a site plan, until a minority employment affordable housing opportunity plan has been submitted. You guys met that, so why are you going through the plan? Because we're still gonna have to come back and vote on that again at a later meeting anyways.
As an update, informational update.
No, I don't wanna hear that.
That's
because
your
here's what-
discretion.
But this is where it gets so confusing, right? We're dealing with the site plan elements. You're telling me about a job. I mean, we haven't even settled on this yet, right?
It's a condition of the increased units that the applicant is requesting.
And I understand that.
Yes.
But to go into the details about the affirmative marketing, we're already gonna hear that at a later meeting.
The only
when
reason I pull that up is because it is a requirement of the MEHOP ordinance as a condition of the additional units. But it's your discretion.
Well-
And I just want to be clear that the last time we came, we were ready to make the presentation. We just want to make sure that it's clear that our team has done all that we can to present the MEHOP. We understand that there may be some clarification and some updating on the language of the MEHOP, but it's certainly at your discretion. I'm only here to give really informational updates, and I don't even think these are the aspects of the agreement that are still in negotiations. I think there are other aspects that are in negotiations. But I'm letting you know what our commitment is and how we're utilizing both minority professionals, apprenticeship training, and employment initiatives in this proposal. So it's up to you, the council.
Wow.
We've never been able to present the MEHOP, and so we want to at least have an opportunity to do that, and for the public to hear that as well. I think it dispels a lot of misinformation that's out there, that there's no minority participation
Hold
plan.
on one second, Ms. Gaines. We do know that there's one and that you've been trying to present it.
Yes.
And the problem is, it's the ambiguity in our code, because my staff, my attorney, and my director told me that their interpretation, if you could go back to that screen that shows the section, I'd appreciate that. Because then that's the concern that my colleague's presenting, because then you clearly just stated that the condition of the increased units that the applicant has submitted is a part of the MEHOP.
Right.
So how, if we go back to the code, can we not hear the MEHOP before accepting the site plan? That's why there's no ambiguity in regards to what Ms. Gaines just stated.
Right.
What Ms. Gaines just stated. It says prior to project site plan approval. If everyone can see, section E. Prior to site plan approval, we are approving the site plan. So in clear statement of what Ms. Gaines just said, a condition of the increased units. So if we want to continue to read, I hear from the community as well, it is subject to per administrative procedures. We get all that. But if there is a concern that there's a condition in this site plan that is contingent on this MEHOP, whether we decide on moving forward with it or not tonight, we have ambiguity in our code, that interpretation, and the intent is to make sure that this site plan is reflective on the things that we need within the MEHOP. The reason we haven't heard it is because there's concerns and ambiguity.
I understand.
So to that point, Ms. Gaines, give me 1 second, and I agree with my colleague, I would love to hear about it. But if there's confusion because we did it previously one other time in the last 4 years, I think we did it wrong. So unfortunately, colleagues, this is the position we're at right now, so let's clearly state how we're going to proceed, because we are not going to mess this up for any of these additional projects. We want to get it right, because I've heard this program. Thank you for presenting it. I sat down with you and I believe Attorney Wayne Richards and discussed it in detail. I've seen it. So thank you for giving me some insight to what you guys have or the plan. But my concern right now is the fact that we are not clearly following the code. And if we're supposed to approve a site plan that is contingent on the MEHOP, I want to hear more about this 20%. You told me about these semi-skilled workers. What does that entail? What does that look like? Are semi-skilled workers, what exactly? You mentioned welders.
We have a slide
you have
for
them
that
listed.
in the
Correct.
presentation.
So those are the things I'd like to hear.
Yes.
To be able to approve and grant the additional density, to make sure my residents and my colleagues and my community benefits, and make sure any other project that comes down the pipeline sees the work and the foundation that this organization is laying. That's my only concern. So all the other antics and other side, that doesn't matter to me. What commitment is this team going to make? And I know they're committed to this community. What are they going to make? How can we work together? And how can we build up the community? Simple.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized, sir.
Could we, whose fault is this?
Question for Mayor.
Mr. Chair?
Who's the question for?
Whose fault is this?
Who's the question for, Mayor?
I think the applicants are ready, right? So what's the holdup?
The applicant's been read. I guess the interpretation of the code, because our staff is saying that the MEHOP does not need to be approved until after site plan based upon the last time they did it, which was the one only time. But in reading the code, it says prior to project site plan approval. So I would in turn say my interpretation is that we would need to see it before the site plan approval.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
So it's not the applicant's fault? So are we gonna hold up a development because it's our fault, or what's the deadline?
Deadline for what, Mayor?
We're gonna amend it, we're gonna go with it because we went with it before? What I don't want to happen is, I'm hearing us go at the applicants like it's their fault. She's giving a presentation about the MEHOP, which I know the board members up here is very concerned about, and I kind of like what I was hearing, but we're going to keep going on, or you guys going to amend it, you're going to give a deadline? I don't want us to go at them like they're the fault. If it's coming from the city, how do we deal with it? Because I don't want to spend another hour and we're still going over the same thing. It's nothing going to happen. So what are we going to do to fix this?
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Gaines and to Forrest, I wouldn't want you to perceive this as we placing blame or pointing the finger or even saying someone's at fault.
No, I know that.
As my colleague always tends to focus on, it's the code, it's the policy, and just doing things the right way. So I just want to make sure staff understands that regardless of who's in front of us, we're going to try to do it the right way. And Mayor, to your point, I'm not trying to point blame at anyone at the table. I'm trying to just get it right. So we can push through, but are we going to do it the right way, or are we just going to push through because we want to just push the application through? Go ahead. You're recognized.
Okay, this, and I must admit, this is a bit confusing, right? Because the onus was on them to submit, which they did. And your position, Chair, is that the bonuses that they're seeking, that their site plan is built to, is contingent upon the MEHOP. So you want to understand what the MEHOP is,
yes, sir,
in order for you to grant your site plan approval.
And I also want to approve the MEHOP. So I also believe, to your point, that the MEHOP should be a separate item when being presented to us.
It is. We're not voting on the actual plan. We're not voting on the MEHOP plan.
It is, but we're approving the site plan prior to, because we're going to approve the site plan today, and then they're going to bring the MEHOP back. That's not what the code says.
Mr. Chair, may I please?
One moment, please.
Okay.
Prior to project site plan approval, we have, right now, she's presenting the MEHOP as part of the site plan, not the MEHOP separately. So yeah, it's going to come back later, but that's not what the code says.
Well, keep going. Read the next part.
The party applying for the bonus shall submit a minority participation plan.
Okay, pause.
No, there's no period. There's no comma.
But they did submit.
Let me read it. Prior, the party applying for the bonus shall submit a minority participation plan for council approval. So I can't pause. I have to read the sentence.
Right, but they did submit it for council approval. It's not here yet.
Right.
Because staff is working through it, but the onus on them was all they had to do was submit it.
So then you're okay with hearing the MEHOP now?
Well, no,
I'm going off what you said.
No.
You said you don't want to hear the MEHOP because it's not part of what we're talking about. So if we're going to discuss
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, Chair, but what I'm saying to you is this. They complied with the portion of them submitting it to the city for the city council to approve it. It didn't say approval had to occur simultaneously for the MEHOP plan. And I think that's what it was not clear, that apparently they're negotiating the elements of that plan that's going to be before us, before city council approval.
Pro Tem, I agree. What I'm saying is that there's ambiguity. Because to that point, do you want to hear the MEHOP?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then we shouldn't be presenting the MEHOP.
Because guess what happens?
Chair, may I?
If they don't come up,
I agree.
If they don't come up with an agreement that's palatable, that's supported by the majority, their site plan is in effect.
Completely agree. So then we don't need to hear about the MEHOP. But it is the most concerning item. So I do not want in the future. Hold on a second, Ms. Gaines. We will get to you, I promise.
Say this.
I know you do, but just give us a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. I think this is the most concerning because this is a priority. We've heard about the antics in the community. We heard about the history. We've heard about the dog and pony shows. We've heard all the concerns. This is our absolute priority in this community at this time when it comes to minority participation, local participation. So for the record, this is my only concern. So I agree. I just want to make sure that we're following the proper policy, that we're doing it the right way. So I would love to hear more about the MEOP. I've heard it. I want to ask some additional questions. But I just want to make sure that moving forward, we don't have these concerns again. So to your point, as you said, Mayor, we're not holding the applicant hostage or even blaming them for this. We're just literally letting them know to do it the right way based upon the code or amending the code. Either way, that's all we need to do.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize Dr. Spiritus.
Hey, I agree with Pro Tem. I believe that the ordinance is very clear. I don't think it's ambiguous. I think that the applicant is following what the ordinance required, and I think that we should move forward right now. I don't think we should keep going over and over again on this.
Absolutely. So are we going to move forward with hearing about the MEOP and let them finish their presentation?
I think that would be...
Okay, it's a pleasure of the board. Thank you. Continue, Ms. Gaines.
And council, that there is a stopgap measure with this, that nothing moves forward. There's no building permit issued until this is approved. So it's as your colleague has said, we've made the submission. It is a condition, but it's not going to move forward without your approval. And we're not going to be issued any permits until that is approved. So I just wanted you to know that. But the final slide, and I'll just wrap up, is, go back one slide. The first source approach, the affirmative marketing and referral, is very innovative. I think you have a blueprint here, really for other jurisdictions to follow. We're focusing on outcomes over outputs. We're not looking at how many job fairs we're having. We're looking at really how many people we're hiring from the city first as a preference. And we're going to be tracking that and meeting with your staff on a monthly basis to give you those numbers. And so we're committed beyond reporting to monitoring and evaluating this product as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment cards, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have 3 public comment cards.
Sorry, there's additional presentation from applicant?
No.
No? All right, let's hear from the public comments and then we'll come back.
The first speaker is Nakasha Wells, followed by Mary Bram and Janet Norris.
Natasha Wells? No. Who else?
Mary Bram.
Mary Bram?
Yes, Mary Bram. Followed by Janet Norris.
Mary Bram, Riviera Beach. Why are we sitting here wrangling with this? It is noted in there. Nothing will be, no permits will be issued until the execution of the MEHOP. There you go right there. There you go right there. No construction. Please tell me if I'm right or wrong. No construction. There you go right there. And you're sitting here going round and round. And basically here, we are in the process here for the special exception here. So that this could be extended out for retail shops, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it calls for a special exception. Why are we convoluting here? When it's just plain here. You're not going to move on anything here. No permits or anything. And that's pertaining to the MEHOP. Chair Lawson and the rest of your board. You got it now?
Then Ms. Graham has to come up here and just put it just plain and simple so that you can basically understand it. Instead of beating the horse to death, when you got the control of it, you got the control of it. It's plain and simple as that. You make it difficult for yourselves because we understand it. So apparently, but it's okay. Ms. Graham always say okay. Because sometimes things just need to be reconciled so that they can be brought to the level where everybody is on the same page and we all understand it. And that's all Ms. Graham has to say. Thank you kindly for your service. And let's move on, please. Let's move on. Thank you kindly.
Okay, Chair, I want to clarify something, if I can.
You're
I just looked up convolucing, and that means to have spasms. I appreciate the spirited discussion, but I don't know that I was doing that, okay? Yeah, let me clarify. It says to shake violently with sudden, uncontrolled movements. So there's not any convolution going on.
Members, thank you.
We have one more speaker.
Oh, thank you.
Janet Norris.
Y'all have been schooled. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and council members, my name is Janet Norris. I live in Riviera Beach Shores, right behind the project that's going up. And I think y'all have been woefully misled on the density of this project. Not once tonight did I hear anything about the Nautilus and the hotel that's being built that's conjoining this unit. We will have 400 units, 399 in Oculina, but Nautilus already has 330 units, I believe. Have I got that right? 330? Yeah, 330. So that comes to 730 units. Think about the number of cars that is. They talked about the traffic pattern that they have and the traffic studies that they've done in the meetings that I did attend. And they also talked about that linear park that will go in that's 50 feet from my house, roughly. I'm concerned about that very much as you are. What that is going to mean, it's going to be an enhanced sidewalk, basically. It's going to be a landscaped sidewalk running the length of the property, 1 block long, roughly. It's going to be between the roads. They're going to redo a road to come in and out of our area. And what they didn't tell the residents, I had to ask to get it out of them, but they are going to continue Lakeshore Drive all the way back up to North Lake as it was before. So the amount of traffic we're going to have and the impact that's going to have on our neighborhood is significant. And I feel like you've been a little bit misled about that because I haven't heard it mentioned even once, especially about the hotel. That's something that never comes up. There's going to be, I believe, 330 unit hotel in between these two properties. More cars, more density, and more of an impact, especially of a transient nature. So I'm very concerned about this. So I would oppose the project, of course, but I especially oppose adding density in this plan. And I urge you to go back and reconsider and look at it a second time and ask for more information about their traffic situation and how they intend to improve it around there or what they're going to do with it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for comments, ma'am.
Mr. Comment.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Yes.
You're recognized, Ms. Williams.
Can you talk a little bit about the traffic study in a little more in detail? Unless I stepped out. Did you go into detail about it?
If I may,
You recognize?
Ms. Cassandra Miller, we have Brian Kelly from Simmons and White, and he can give you more of the detail.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Brian Kelly, traffic engineer with Simmons and White. I'll kind of go over some of the highlights of the traffic study. The first item I do want to state is recognizing that the Winn-Dixie is vacant right now. However, if that was a supermarket, the trip generation from that supermarket in comparison to what our development is actually about equal. In fact, the Oculina development actually has slightly less daily trips and slightly less PM peak hour trips than what that supermarket would have when it was operational. With that said, we did do a full traffic study. We're required to do this. The traffic study gets submitted to Palm Beach County, gets submitted to the DOT, gets submitted to the city as well. We do have approval letter from Palm Beach County. So we have received that traffic performance standards approval, which everyone is required to do. As far as traffic circulation, a couple items I do want to talk about. We are proposing a new roadway connection. It's more like a drive aisle connection to the south of Silver Beach Road, the south side of our property. And by doing that, it allows the traffic to be dispersed a little bit, so not all traffic is necessarily going onto Silver Beach Road. More importantly, about what kind of traffic improvements are being done, I think you heard about Lakeshore Drive, what's being done there. We're also doing a speed table there to kind of help out with any kind of reduction of cut-through traffic and reduction of speeding. But probably most importantly is what we're doing at Silver Beach Road. We're actually adding 2 lanes of capacity on Silver Beach Road in the westbound direction. So right now there's 1 lane. We're actually looking at adding 2 lanes there, so we'll have a separate left, a separate through, and a separate right turn lane. So this greatly enhances the capacity and it helps with circulation getting in and out of the property. So that's kind of a short overrun or overview of the traffic study, and I'll be happy to answer any specific questions.
Mr. Chair, if I may. I will point out that turn lane was a condition of Palm Beach County traffic, and it is included in the site plan resolution conditions as well as a part of the full traffic review and the potential impacts of the project.
And
It's gonna, I don't know, it's getting late, and I haven't had anything to eat, so I can't even talk. What about a hotel? Is that a Lake Park thing, or is that even true, or what?
I'll let
So, there is a public-private partnership, a P3, between the town of Lake Park and Forest Development, looking at potential development of portions of the marina property, which there are applications in with the town that include a hotel. It's not at the scale that was mentioned, but there is a consideration for a future hotel within the Lake Park Marina properties.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And Mr. Sermon, you did reference, just discuss impact and impact fees we talked about. We can address the impact fees and the amounts that would be obtained through impact fees on this project now.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the calculations for impact fees have not been done. Those are done at the permit phase. So we don't have a number for you at the moment in terms of what the impact fees or permit fees would be for this project. But at least even from the estimations that they've mentioned, they would be substantial, but we don't have those numbers calculated. We typically do that at the permit stage.
Right, when you say substantial, even if it's a rough estimate, which we won't hold you accountable to.
So, excuse me one moment. And I close the table. So the impact fee schedule for a residential dwelling between 2,000 and 3,600 square foot is $3,706 per unit. So if you multiply that by 399, and again, I'm not sure if some of the units are less than 2,000, some may be more than 3,600, but just to ballpark, 3,706 times 399 would give you a realistic estimate of what kind of impact fees would could expect from this kind of project if it's approved.
Chair, if I may. Just to add to that, in addition to the impact fee, again, keep in mind that there's ad valorem taxes that come back. Let's not forget that this is within the CRA district, which is a special taxing district, helping to make sure that those dollars that come in get spent within the CRA district as well. So the folks who are, again, living and/or have businesses immediately surrounding it are going to benefit from that perspective as well. Mr. Bauer said his quick estimation is about 1.5 on the impact fees.
Based on the calculations, be 1.478. So that's very accurate. Thank you, Ms. Bauer, on the fly. The additional question that I had would be the 399 units. Are the additional units with the MEHOP encompassed into that 399? Does that include the additional, I think you said 93 units that would be included? So those 399 include those 93 units from the MEHOP?
That's correct.
Okay. Additional comments from the board? Madam Clerk? Microphone.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
On behalf of our whole team, thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. Looking forward to build it.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman McCoy?
Yes, I would like to ask, what is the urgency on Resolution 106-24 regarding one parking?
Evans?
Mr. Chair, if it's the board pleasure, we can roll that item over to the next city council meeting. It's not of critical importance, but it certainly is an important item.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spiritus?
So, Mr. Evans, can we have a proposal for an amended resolution to include discounts for the residents, employees, and restaurants
Mr. Chair?
at the next, of that?
I can bring a pricing sheet or a pricing structure that contemplates what discounts could be provided or what the fees would be or no fees if that's the pleasure of the board.
No fees.
For your consideration, and then if the board entertains that, then I can work with whomever is selected to implement that based on their technology platform. So we can have that as a subsequent item to accompany this.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
That would be fine with me.
Okay. So we're okay with bringing this back to the next meeting, board members?
Yes, sir. In fact, I was going to suggest just what the manager was saying so we can get some clarity as to what needs to occur going forward. And, yeah.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're okay with that?
Yes.
Thank you. The 20th? Yes. November 20th? Next meeting. Mr. Evans, discussion?
So we're clear.
Councilman
We're meeting the 18th and the 20th.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Discussion, Mr. Evans?
Well, right quick,
Yes, ma'am.
so
Ms. Miller
is
Anderson.
it that we don't have a quorum for next, for
No,
the
I think it's League of Cities,
Yeah,
right?
League of Cities is next
everybody
week.
going?
What's next week?
I don't think so. I got a pregnant wife.
So why we cancel the meeting?
I mean, I guess it was assumed, but I didn't have any intention on going.
I mean, I'm not either, so I don't understand why we're not meeting.
What are we talking about?
CRA meeting next week.
It's on Monday, right?
It's the 18th. It was moved because of League of Cities next week.
So it's on a Monday.
It's on Monday, the 18th as of right now, but Mr. Miller Anderson's asking about why did we cancel it?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to go to the League of Cities.
You're going to League of Cities?
Uh-huh.
Dr. Spiritus, I believe, is going as well.
He's going.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Discussions, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask for Dr. Harris to come up and speak briefly on the application that we're looking to put in to the EPA, and then seeing if we can get some clarity from the City Council as to how you wish for us to proceed in submitting this application.
Good evening, Chair, Council, Mayor, to the City Manager. As he has stated, we've had the opportunity, I shared with you at the Utility Special District about the opportunity for us to submit for the Community Change Grant. And as the City Manager has communicated, we had the opportunity to have a conversation with the lead technical assistance provider through the EPA to work and assist with us. We had a series of meetings along with our legal departments, procurement, our collaborative team, to discuss the efforts and how we can continue to pursue this opportunity. And that being said, they said we had a very, very strong application to submit for about $20 million that will allow us to construct 6 wells as well as do the backup generator. And this is all tied to the new water plant per se. In addition to that, what they advised us is that because of the recommendation that you all brought forward, we're trying to do a 7-day procurement that, as we had recommended the CDC to be the CBO, if awarded, we would have the opportunity to do an open procurement, which can go up to 120 days if we wanted to, which falls within our criteria. And I have my colleague here from procurement who can really address any of those concerns that you may have from a procurement perspective. But we have a very successful opportunity to submit to at least get us in the game for this, because this is a rolling RFP. We don't want to miss out on this opportunity. So entertain any questions. I'll allow my colleague to be able to mention any key points.
Chair.
You're recognized.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So this particular grant, when we left the last meeting, once we developed the solicitation, per the code for the city, we have to post solicitations for 14 days. And so in moving and looking at the calendar, we realized we would not have enough adequate time to post a solicitation, close, evaluate, and bring a recommendation to the council. As such, we did talk to the colleagues, the EPA consultants, to discuss, and they informed us that we did have a strong package currently. Currently, the way we would move is we would develop, first we responded to the grant. We had one vendor selected. If we change the application to them, then the application will have to be reviewed again, and thus we may lose, it may not be as strong, because now we're making some changes, and meaning the changes as far as the selected community partner, and thus our application will have to go back for review, and we may miss the deadline. The deadline is the 21st. However, because we have appointed or announced the CDC, we do have an opportunity to guide how they would spend the particular funds. But right now, number one, we do not have time to do a solicitation to provide a community partner because of the code. But then two, if we just move forward with the application at hand, we will have an opportunity to work with the appointed or named community partner to guide how they would disperse the funds. So it's our recommendation to move forward as is.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Also, the EPA, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, stated that some of the non-for-profit entities that were proffered as potential partners, they did say that that would weaken our application, and it is very competitive. And so they were talking about the applicability of some of those particular entities that, from my briefing from staff, they had some concerns with regards to us looking to bring some of those particular partners to the relationship.
Thank you. I'm okay with going with the CDC for the application to get it submitted and moving forward, and then working with the CDC to have the funds distributed if we're awarded the grant. Board?
Fine.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stepp.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm convolution over
Dr. Dr. Spiritus?
No issue. I just want to remind our procurement people that we have an agreement with the Housing Authority and to do projects with them already.
Right. It's a question, Chair.
You recognize?
So thank you, Councilman Spiritus, but I was just curious, I was sitting here pondering, so the Housing Authority, is it a 501c3? Because I know it's certainly a special district. And is there any distinction?
They have, good, but I just want to, I know what your question is, if I can just answer it quickly. They have
Sure.
a 501c3 that they work
Sure.
with.
Go ahead.
The Housing Authority developed a 501c3 to do projects like this. That's an entity as part of the Housing Authority.
Okay. So, Mr. Evans, clarify why was there any indication that working with a partner, like community partners or legal aid, would weaken our application? Because, I'm not so convinced that I'm sold on the CDC.
Mr. Chair, if I can defer to the staff that was on the call with the EPA.
So, just through our conversation, legal aid may not handle the outreach that's applicable to the application because of their current structure and exactly what they're doing.
Oh, hold on. Stop.
Wait.
Stop. This is where I don't want to play games. You just said legal aid. So you mean to tell me EPA can tell me what legal aid's capacity is? Because
No.
Mr. Evans, you said that it may they're suggesting that the agencies that we proffer may weaken our application. I don't care what staff thinks their opinion is.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it was the representatives from the EPA.
Yes.
So they opined on legal aid's capacity?
Yes, we had 2 separate meetings. Legal was there yesterday. We went through the proposed list because so let's back up just a little bit and I want to make sure that we in the public are very clear. When it comes to federal dollars,
Listen,
excuse
man,
me, if
don't
I may
nobody
have
got time
Chair,
for that.
if I may
Chair,
have a moment.
I'm asking specific questions,
It is
and I want a
after-
specific
We
answer.
have all been patiently waiting.
Hold on 1 second, Ms. Evans.
Like, I don't
Hold on,
care.
hold on.
Like, you don't tell me about, you don't
Councilman
get to
McCoy, hold
school
on.
me on what federal applications. I asked a very specific question. I want to know what the context is. Don't give me a lecture.
Councilman Coy, if you could just restate the question.
I asked specifically, did they opine specifically on legal aid's capacity? Or
Yes.
why are we so sold on CDC? But yet, she thinks it's important to tell me, man, what the hell is going on here? Do I work for y'all or what?
If you don't you do it.
Like,
Alright,
for real, that's so insulting, Chair, that I'm sitting here asking a question, and then they think it's important to tell me about what they believe the federal government. Come on, man.
So.
You're right. You know what? I'm done.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with move forward. Fine with move forward?
So, CDC, moving forward. Additional comments, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Mayor? Thank you. I had some items, but I'll just talk to Mr. Evans later. Guess we'll talk about it another time. You want to meet me in the back, Mr. Evans? No further business. Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Mr. Chair, before you end the meeting? Mr. Chair?
Oh, we lost, sorry, Dr. Spiritus, we lost our quorum. Everyone walked out.
We've lost the quorum?
Yeah, we lost it.
Okay, no problem.
It's just me and Ms. Miller Anderson, the in-person quorum.
Oh, okay.